Chapter 1837. The saying of a place as small as a fart. Generally speaking, a place could really be as small as a fart. However, when something was hidden in a place as small as a fart could become as vast as the Milky Way. Furthermore, the things that should have been right under one's nose could not be found. The more one deliberately searched, the harder it would be to find it. The more one deliberately searched, the more one would turn the place into a mess. In the end, not only would one not find what one was looking for, one might even find something unexpected. Well said. My blood pressure is starting to soar. This was what Hui Chi said after half an hour of digging 3 feet into the ground and polishing the planet with his holy sword. Yin Nuoshing also felt that her energy was getting to her head. She wanted to do something. They did not find the crystal droplet, nor did they find anything related to order. However, they did find a large pile of chaos creations. Hui Chi was rather excited when he found them at first. Although they were chaos creations and were incompatible with normal life forms of order, Maple was someone who possessed 2 types of order and 2 types of order rules. It would definitely work if he moved them over. Then Maple took them away and destroyed them. These things were indeed useless. In this city built by the enemy, no, according to the scale, this place with only the temple buildings could only be considered a small district. Moreover, there were only temples coming and going. Other than temples, there was nothing else to be seen. Hui initially thought that the people of the underworld would leave something related to normal life in the corner. Even if there was no building layout outside, there should be some decorations inside the temple, right? They would put a layer of paper on the windows, decorate their little nest, dye the inside and outside of the door, or even decorate it in a gloomier style. He was wrong. He was really wrong. The people of the underworld were really abnormal. There was nothing extra here. There was really nothing extra. There was really only everything related to chaos derivatives. There was nothing related to daily life. There were no meaningless decorations. Even if there was a pile of ferocious-looking weapons in the corner or a painting of riches and honor in the world of order hanging on the wall, they would not have the time. If he stayed here, he would probably go crazy in less than 2 years. Feng, I want to slip away. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at Hui, whose face was half green and half white. He looked weak, as if he had been mentally polluted. She couldn't help but shake her head. Is it that serious? Although the atmosphere in this place is gloomy and not very pleasant. This is not a matter of whether it's serious or not. Huey's face sank, and he smiled bitterly. This is spiritual pollution. From the moment I came here, I felt that my spirit was stained with a layer of dust. The longer I stay here, the more serious the pollution. My normal reason is leaving me at a speed of 1 centimeter per second. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. The 2 of them passed by the tallest temple door and walked towards another path that was not really a path. All right, we'll leave as soon as we find what we need. If you feel uncomfortable, you can use a file to polish this planet again. Just don't damage the whole thing. Hui heard this and subconsciously took out the Guardian's sword. Just as he pointed it at the ground in front of him, his face darkened and he shook his head vigorously. No, I'm afraid that my divine right weapon will be polluted. In turn, my divine right will be polluted and the loss will outweigh the gain. The buildings in this place are very strange. We looked around in distress. The size of each temple is exactly the same. The height, width, and length are all the same. Only the appearance is slightly different. Their OCD has reached the level of psychosis. I can't even tell which temple is the most important here. This shouldn't be. This is not right. There are 2 main characters on the battlefield. Logically speaking, There should be one or two temples that are at least a little more prominent. Maybe they don't need it at all. Just hang it in the sky every day, Yun Nuoshing said, and continued to walk around the tallest temple on the left. Hui suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed foam. He stopped in a daze. What's wrong? Hui tilted his head and looked at the empty space on the left. He shook his head and said, "We seem to have been walking around here for a while." Yun Nuoshing was startled. There was a colorful light surging in his squinted eyes. He nodded hesitantly. I subconsciously let myself walk towards the place that should be paying attention. I didn't control myself. Unknowingly, I have already walked around this empty space 3 times. Hui picked up the guardian's sword and pointed it forward. Shall I poke it? You slash it. Yun Nuoshing nodded in agreement. Boom. The sword arrived in an instant, accompanied by an extremely brilliant golden divine energy exploded in front of his eyes. Yun Nuoshing observed that when the divine energy spread in the space in front of him, it was not directly attacked and destroyed. It was a bit like something was slowly being wiped away. There was a hazy feeling in his heart, but it was retreating quickly. He suddenly reacted and quickly shouted, Hui, stop. Huh. Hui was startled. He quickly retracted the divine energy that was still erupting and threw most of the energy that was not recovered in time into the void. However, there was no way to deal with the energy that had been completely released. Listening to the sound of something that was not a barrier in front of him, Hui suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, the energy gradually calmed down. Both of them looked at the front again. The turbulent space in front of them was still slowly shaking. The smoke that came out of nowhere blocked their line of sight. When the space calmed down, Hui waved his hand and brushed away the smoke in front of him that was obviously not caused by his energy explosion. In his line of sight, an extremely huge temple appeared. It was 2 or 3 times larger than the surrounding temples that were exactly the same size. Right in front of them was a huge opening that was split open by the divine energy. The remaining divine energy hung on the opening. Both of them knew that it was the credit of the attack just now. Fortunately, they retracted their power in time. When the divine energy behind them completely erupted, the temple would have become hundreds of evenly scattered in the space in front of them. This. Hui was dumbfounded by the temple that had suddenly appeared in front of him and had obviously been slashed by him. He glanced at Maple and quickly put away the guardian's sword. He laughed dryly and said, Listen to me, the distortion of reality covers the space, so we didn't feel it. However, the defense of the body is not strong. It was torn apart in an instant. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and said to Hui, who looked embarrassed. She did not care about his embarrassment at all. Speaking of which, other than this layer of space that can barely be considered a defense, have you noticed that this world doesn't even have a defense? Hui shook his head when he heard that. No, you see the chaotic aggregates hanging in this world. Those are the defense. Originally, they were used to cooperate with the Horn of Order for defense. It's just that they didn't expect us to directly capture her and the horn. Oh, it seems so. This tallest temple was the same as all the other temples they had encountered. Only the weak energy of the building itself was left. There were no decorations inside. It was just a space divided by walls and pillars. There was nothing different about it, except that it was a little bigger. Maple, come over here and take a look. Hui, who had been running around the hall as soon as he came in, seemed to have found something. He waved at him from the corner. Yun Nuoshing dropped the broken bricks that she had picked up and walked in his direction. The place we found should be a side hall. The inside of the side hall was also empty, but in the center of the side hall there was a statue an engraved throne. A figure was sitting on the throne, holding a grayish-white crystallized water droplet statue in his right hand. Hui said, "In this situation, I can't help but want to say something." "Go ahead." Hui took a deep breath. Huff, huff, huff. It would be better to just say, "What the F***CK directly." After all, to see the statue of the heavenly god of origin in the place of the underworld, well, it was not impossible to understand Huey's shock at this moment. It was indeed very thought-provoking. A group of people who chose to betray the order saw the heavenly god of origin as a stepping stone and became an accomplice of the chaos. A group of people who had attacked the heavenly god of origin kept a statue of the heavenly god of origin in their nest. What are they acting as spies here? Could it be that the ancestors of the underworld had been in the primal chaos void for 3 eras, and in the end they had forgotten about themselves, so they really rebelled against the origin heavenly god? Please don't let it be such a melodramatic plot. If not, he would really die of laughter. Theoretically, the possibility of this is very low. Yun Nuoxing turned to look at the statue for a while, and her eyes fell on the crystal droplet. It should be, but they found this statue and the crystal droplet in the middle and lower planes, where there were traces of the heavenly god of origin, and used it as the key to enter the upper plane. Some of them were outside, while some were inside. Later on, we came and drove the people outside back inside. We scratched his head. Based on past experience, you should say a lot to deny what I just said. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. You said it yourself. If this is really the case, I will die of laughter. Let's not talk about it. But there is a situation that is close to the conjecture. It is the possibility of being the beginning, the root of the incident. Since this body chose the chaos, something must have happened. They could not find the answer in order. So they chose the chaos. Perhaps they had come into contact with the chaotic void many times, and had come into contact with the chaos concept body that had reached some agreement. I think it is unlikely that an entire race, an entire world, would unhesitatingly embark on the path of rebellion against order with just one contact. But that was dozens of eras ago. It is difficult to trace it now, and we do not know anything about that era. Instead of guessing, it is better to ask Jingyun, Suifeng, and the others. We felt a sense of loss at that. The origin of the beginning, that nonsense about the underworld, it also involved the heavenly god of origin, order, and the chaos concept body. Be it in the past or now, it was so complicated that it gave him a headache. A stepping stone, a stepping stone. The right path is not guided by anyone. Hui repeated what the underworld person had said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt dizzy. Without knowing anything about the cause and effect, he felt like he was listening to a riddle. God knows what they were talking about. A lunatic is talking nonsense, but it could be referring to something. After all, they made a choice for the path they took. They knew something about the De Yuan realm, about order, and about the chaos. Yun Nuoxing muttered, and walked forward to touch the grayish-white crystal. Just as he was about to take it down from the statue, the crystal suddenly released a weak energy, startling both him and Hui, and their expressions changed. Yun Nuoxing somersaulted down from the statue, and just as he steadied himself, he thought that he had triggered something incredible. Just as he was about to defend himself, he saw that the crystal was releasing a weak origin energy and slowly rose into the air. It flickered, turned into a beam of light, and suddenly disappeared. It was exactly the same as the dozen crystal droplets he had seen before. Isn't it already in the upper plane? How can this thing run? Isn't this the key to open the barrier of the upper plane? Hui was stunned as he watched the crystal disappear in midair. Yun Nuoxing's eyes searched the void, but it ran too fast, and disappeared into the void in an instant. The place it's heading to is the center of the upper plane. Some things might not be over yet. Huey's cheeks twitched. Well, can we give up halfway? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. This fellow was terrified. That was to be expected, based on their experience in dealing with the Origin God and the Chaos God. Things would get more and more ridiculous and serious as time went on. They had already fought a battle with the underworld. If there was anything else after that, wouldn't they have to face the Origin Heavenly God or the Chaos Concept body head-on? Obviously, we have to go there. It might involve the existence of this void, and, well, some things. Huey's face turned green. I don't really want to go. Please don't imitate my frightened tone. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him, grabbed his arm, and walked out. Let's go. You're a mid-level yuansher. Don't be so pretentious here. Dong. Hui was about to resist when a dull sound suddenly rang out in the side hall. It sounded like the sound of a wooden fish being knocked, and it was very loud. Then, the entire side hall suddenly became completely dark, as if it had sunk into nothingness in an instant. Only the two of them were still shining because of the energy around them. They were the only things that could be recognized here. The sudden change of scene startled both Yun Nuashing and Hui. Huey's face turned green, and he subconsciously took out dozens of guardian shields. He waved his hand and scattered them evenly in all directions. Yun Nuashing took out the Netherworld Ruins sword, and the energy of Origin and Annihilation boiled. She almost used Origin, chaos, to turn this place upside down. A faint light came from behind, barely illuminating this place of pure darkness. Yun Nuashing and we looked at each other and turned around carefully. The light came from the statue in the darkness. It was a statue surrounded by the energy of Origin. The energy in the statue was surging and gathering at the center. After a while, it condensed into a gray light and suddenly shot out. It went past the two of them and pointed to the distance behind, as if it was pointing to a direction in the void. Void coordinates. Yun Nuashing stared at the surging energy of Origin in her eyes and understood the meaning of the light. It points to a place in the center of the upper plane. Now that we have the general direction, we just need to go and find it. The light slowly died out after a minute. Yun Nuashing and we relaxed a little. They thought that the scene would return to its original state. However, the energy of Origin that had just fallen, silent, flashed, and gathered again. In a buzzing sound of energy, the statue turned into ashes and dissipated as if it had been drained of energy. The remaining energy of Origin gathered and condensed into a figure in front of them. It was a tall young man in a battle robe. They had seen him once. The guy who spoke a bunch of the original divine language and stunned them for a long time. It's this guy again. We could not help but mumble. Is this guy going to speak a bunch of the original divine language again? Yun Nuashing's face twitched when she heard that. She thought for a moment and took out a crystal ball, ready to record everything that she saw and heard. She planned to let Jingyun and the others help to translate when the time came. But this time it was unnecessary. The young man in front of them spoke the language of the mythological era. They could understand it. To the one who opened the image, no matter who you are, we salute you. Fellow citizens of Order, we hope that you can help us preserve this piece of information for eternity, regardless of whether it can be of use or if it can only pass you a piece of information from the distant past. The young man straightened his collar and said coldly, My name is Ai Hongyun, the first successor of the god of Origin. I hope that even if countless years have passed, the Void of Order can still remember this series of names. The fact that all of you were able to come here unscathed and activate the images left behind means that the chaotic void of order should have calmed down, and all the energy nodes left here have been opened. Only high-level life forms of order can reach this step smoothly. Perhaps all of you have understood what happened in the past and finally found this place. Perhaps you are like me, an inheritor of the heavenly God of origin. If it's the latter, it's naturally better. If it's the former, well, you might need a lot of time to understand the information I left here. After all, this concerns the core of the Deyuan realm and is also the most dangerous matter. Even if you're already a high-level life form, you still might not be able to understand what I'm about to say next. I do not know when the reflection was activated, nor do I know what the history of the order void that you are now facing is like. Perhaps you have forgotten what happened back then, or perhaps you still remember a part of the fragmented history. It is fine. I will explain it to you. It is a war that has been brewing since the 13th era and only became apparent in the 30th era. The war between the order void and the chaos void. I do not know if the later generations still know about the chaos void, but please remember that name. Furthermore, do not step into the other world. Everything that originates from the order void and causes disturbances to the chaos void, as well as events that are related to them, would cause indescribable changes to the chaos void. Undetectable, uncontrollable, and the final result would cause the chaos void to activate, intensify its activity, and further erode the order void. Don't think that you have mastered everything just because you have reached this level. The void will always be countless times more complicated than you can imagine. The void of order is still stable, but there are still undercurrents surging. There are countless things that you can't understand. Moreover, the truth that you know is not even half of the true face of the Deyuan realm. If you still know about the void of chaos, the place that crosses the boundary of order is the so-called void of chaos. Well, I don't know how you would call it, and I don't know how you would recognize the things related to it. But there is one thing, only one thing that you must remember. They are the enemies of order. This is not a simple matter of who chooses who or who rejects who. It is an almost unshakable foundation that is engraved in the concepts of both sides. It is not that we chose to fight, but that we have no choice. In order to continue moving forward in the void, in order to live, we have to fight. If you have ever wandered at the boundary of the void of order, which is the distant border of the lower plane, you have ever seen blobs of ink-like things, humanoid black creatures that reflect an aura that completely contradicts order. They emit energy that incites hostility everywhere. And even when you face them directly, you cannot completely control yourself. Their existence can make order lose balance, and they can use everything in order as nutrients to eat away at everything you know. If you have ever seen them, whether you have fought them or have only seen them from afar, and have some understanding of them, whether you have changed the way you call them, I will now tell you their names, chaos, the spawns of chaos. From a conceptual perspective, they are the spawns of the void of chaos, and they are an extension of the void of chaos. Just like how we are the spawns of the void of order, we are the same conceptually, but our standpoints are completely reversed. Therefore, we are destined to be enemies. If you can't understand, please remember all the information here. If possible, let it be passed down forever. Let more people in the void of order know about it, and be prepared for their eventual return. Perhaps the void of order has already calmed down, but don't ever think that everything is over. The current calmness may only be the end of the war after both sides suffered heavy losses. It is only a temporary peace, and no one knows when they will return. This war has lasted for countless years, and it will continue in the future as well. Before the end of the Grand Yuan realm, no one can stop. If you are ready to face the void of chaos, then continue forward. Come to my tomb. There is the last power that I have left for order, the power that I have left behind to deal with chaos. If you're still not ready, please stop immediately. Go back, go back, go back to your world. Until one day, when you understand everything here, then come and find me. The projection ended there, and the space of pure darkness around them slowly regained its light. They were still in the side chamber, but the statue was no longer in front of them. The first generation inheritor. We murmured softly. We have always thought that it was the origin heavenly God. Then, if we replace the origin heavenly God in all our previous deductions with this first generation inheritor, everything seems to make sense now. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. The one who was swept into this void of chaos was not the origin heavenly God, but a first-generation inheritor who was strong enough to fight side by side with them. This is his territory, his world. This void of chaos was created by him. So, those worlds that have been passed down from the 36th and 37th eras have countless traces related to him. The void of chaos that was banished here was created by him. It is his trace. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. It is the trace that has been erased by chaos. At this moment, in this void of chaos, no one remembered the existence of this first-generation inheritor. What the underworld has been looking for, could it be? Huey's eyes suddenly changed, and golden light burst out from his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Maple. His tomb. The people of the underworld who stayed here are looking for his tomb. They are looking for the last power that he left for order. That is also the power that belongs to the origin. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She covered half of her face and sighed. Torturing the middle and lower planes to such a state, in the end, it is still for, do these people have a bottom line? Chapter 1838. The information left behind by AI Hongyun, the first-generation inheritor, was meant for all living beings of order. Since it was unknown how much information the inheritor knew, and it was probably prepared in a hurry, the information left behind was mostly superficial. It would allow the inheritor to quickly understand some important information. However, most of the information was already known to the inheritor, and there wasn't much new information stored inside, which was a bit of a pity. Just like a message bottle thrown out by a shipwreck at sea, the inheritor tried his best to leave behind the most definite and greatest information that could allow him to be rescued. Or, if he knew that he was going to die, he would leave behind a message that could be understood in the shortest amount of time by the person who picked up his last words. He could not write too much, so he could only think of ways to compress all the words he wanted to say and pick and choose. Oh, that's not right. AI Hongyun mentioned something. He mentioned the influence of the void of order on the void of chaos. What the void of order did that could affect the void of chaos would cause something in the void of chaos to have a tendency to accelerate and eventually cause them to increase their efforts to corrode the void of order. This was something that they had never thought of and did not understand. Anyway, they had to record it down first. As for the specifics, they would have to let someone more professional than them explain it to them. Right. In AI Hongyun's message, the part that was spoken verbally was in the language of the mythological era, while the recorded information was recorded in the common language of all races. It seemed that he still hoped that the person who could come into contact with his last words was related to the origin. In the time that we tried to remember, the blurry timeline once again extended forward. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand to dissipate the image that was spoken in the common language of all races. She then turned her head to Hui and said, "The 13th era began to brew. When the grand primordial realm was divided into 8 and the chaos era ended, the primordial realm was only peaceful for 13 eras before undercurrents surged again. It was not until the 30th era that there was a more obvious trend. The primal chaos void." We crossed his arms in frustration. Based on what we know, the primal chaos void is equivalent to the primal chaos concept body. They are equivalent to the primal chaos void itself. So, the new information mentioned above, could it mean that the primal chaos concept body would become active as well? No, that doesn't make sense. The chaos era lasted for 326 eras, and the war between order and chaos lasted for that long. If the activity of the chaos concept body presupposes the activity of the void of order, then the void of order did not exist during the chaos era, and there was only a domain of order. Even though the epoch of chaos is over and the void and the great origin realm have changed a lot because of it, the two groups of people standing at the top will not be affected because of it, because it is a change that they made themselves. Unless they are out of their minds and want to cut off one of their arms. Obviously, they are not the kind of people who go crazy for no reason, so it is impossible for them to do such a thing. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. The primal chaos concept body and the heavenly god of origin should not have changed from the beginning to the end, and there should not be anything that could change their nature. Then this sentence means, who knows? We can only assume that if the life form of the void of order disturbs the primal chaos void, it will cause some reaction from the primal chaos void, similar to a conditioned reflex. It is clearly a warning, order do not enter, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Hui smiled bitterly. They rarely went to the primal chaos void, mainly because there was nothing there that would involve the primal chaos void. It was not a scenic tourist spot, and there were only destructive noises that were as black as ink. If they wanted to see the scenery, why not go to other worlds that were also part of the void of order? Traveling to the primal chaos void would only make them feel uncomfortable. While fiddling with the water droplet crystal left by AI Hong-yun to record information, Hui suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at Maple, who had sensed that something was wrong with him. Maple, come and take a look at this. Within the crystal, there are two areas that are used to store information separated by different energies. Other than the image, just now, there is another thing. Hui said, when he saw Maple coming over, he carefully used his energy to trigger the other thing that was left behind. There was no image, but there was a sound. It was probably just a sound that was left behind for recording. However, the sound that echoed in the side hall, why did it feel so familiar? It was as if there were countless garbage in the void being devoured, and a large amount of rules and order were quickly released into the void, causing a hollow and strange reverberation sound effect. To put it in layman's terms, it was actually the void choking because it was eating too much. Generally, it was possible to determine how many things were destroyed here by the volume and priority of the sound. However, this could only be determined by going to the scene. It was basically impossible to tell just by the sound alone. Is this the breath of the chaos? A clear voice that was suddenly mixed in the endless reverberation of destruction was suddenly heard, and it made Yun Nuoxing and Hui tremble. Then their eyes widened. Huey's face was filled with disbelief. No, something is wrong. This is the first divine language. Why can I understand what it means? Yun Nuoxing's gaze fell on his hand. It is the origin crystal that he left behind. AI Hong-yun himself should have heard this, and then put it in here. This should be a memory crystal. We directly read the cognition of this part of the memory that AI Hong-yun left behind, so we can directly understand what it means. Interesting. Whether it is order or chaos, they are both equally interesting. Being chased by the De-Yuan realm, constantly being chased, to the point that it swept up the whirlpool of life and death that engulfed the entire De-Yuan realm, constantly destroying everything, constantly reducing thousands of things to zero, unable to break free. Such order and chaos. You can do everything you can to put on the most magnificent opera. Play slowly, and in the end, everything will be destroyed. When Yun Nuoxing and Hui heard this, They felt their hair stand on end. They did not know if it was because this voice was mixed with the reverberation of destruction that created such a gloomy atmosphere, or because its words made them feel uncomfortable. In any case, when they finished listening to these words, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and they only felt a chill. They could not tell whether the voice was male or female. After leaving such a string of brainless words, it disappeared. When it was suddenly cut off, it made Huey's heart itch. He did not know if AI Hongyan only caught these few words, or if he did not put the rest of the words in here. It's talking riddles here. Hui shivered for a while, and his face twitched. He turned his head to look at Feng. Do you understand what it means? There is no cause and effect, and there are no connected scenes. How would I know what it is trying to say? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Maybe it is just a sigh towards the void. No matter when there are many people who stand in the void and sigh, God knows what is wrong with them. If you want to squeeze out some information, this should be something that a life form of order said when it came into contact with chaos. So far, I have not heard any inclination from it. Hui heard this, but shook his head. I think it is definitely not that simple. This is a message deliberately left behind by the first generation of inheritors. They even put it together with their own last words. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After thinking about it, she felt that it made sense. The secret itself was not a big deal, but if the secret was in the hands of some people who wanted to die, then something might happen. For example, the sentence "gather all forces," if it was said by a beginner deity, then it might be at the level of a normal gathering of people, and it might take a long time to gather 100 or 200 people. But if this sentence was said by him and Hui, then it would be a gathering of all forces in the void. And this force alone could stir up a storm in the void. Well, that was what it meant. Yun Nuoxing nodded. But there is really no way to come to any conclusion. Ahem, listen, number three. Question mark. Hui said, Are you telling me riddles too? Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. Am I not demonstrating for you? Look, you don't know what I am talking about. You don't know what I mean by number 3. Only I know. By the way, this is an urgent command I left behind. It is to pass this message to Yuan Ji through 3 or 4 methods. If I do not have time to give more orders, such as running into a chaos conceptual body when I go out for a stroll, or being ganged up on by hundreds of underworld primeval, I will be gone in the blink of an eye. I only have time to say 1 sentence, and that is the secret signal. She will understand what it means, and will arrange things in the void front line. Hui slapped his own face. Well, he understood. But why don't I know about it? Generally speaking, when I run into chaos conceptual bodies or underworld primeval, you may be next to me, so it is useless to tell you this. This was quite real. Those who could run into chaos conceptual bodies were related to the messy matters of origin and chaos. He could not handle it alone. If he wanted to handle it, he would bring Maple with him. Then, the 2 of them would be in trouble together, or vice versa. Maple would sneak out alone and suddenly feel that something was wrong, so she called him over, and the 2 of them would go together, or something. According to Hui, since the strange message was left behind by the first generation of legatees, there must be a purpose in it. Just like what he just said, if he could get 200 or 300 kids to fight, he could also get 200 or 300 primeval at another level. But because the level he stood on was different, the things involved naturally needed to be analyzed according to different levels. Just by listening to these few sentences, well, he really couldn't figure out anything. Which high-level life form had not tried chanting to the void? It was normal, very normal. Well, no matter what, my intuition tells me that even if we want to investigate further, there is no way to find out anything. Yun Nuoxing saw that Huey's expression was not very good. He probably thought of something bad when he was guessing. Instead of wasting time in a place where you can't get any results, Why don't you go and deal with the matter at hand first? Hui heard this and came back to his senses. He nodded. That's true. After putting away the water crystal that recorded the two messages, Yun Nuoshing and Hui slipped out of the temple. They took a look at the planets that were probably not worth paying attention to. They tried to explore for 5 minutes, and it was really possible that there was nothing left. Then what should we do with this world? We looked around. There was only the chaos collective created by the underworld people left here. There was nothing else. Let it sink. Leaving it here will only pollute the air. Hui gladly agreed. He left a cloud of divine energy for it to evolve on its own, and left the world with Maple. There would be a divine energy storm here in 5 minutes. It would be enough to destroy the structure of the world itself and the concept itself. Not even a speck of dust would be left. I Ching and the others had also dug into the void in the remaining 14 light clusters of the world. Their movements were a little bigger than the two of them. They had pierced through the void. At this moment, they had just returned to report. The group of people were very excited when they saw the two of them. With a shake of their hands, they threw out a bunch of chaos creations from the void. Their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. Then, Maple burned all the chaos creations in front of the group of people. He saw I Ching and the others' expressions stiffen in an instant. It was exactly the same as his at the beginning. Other than these chaos creations, there was nothing particularly worth mentioning in the other worlds. The chaos collective hung all over the starry sky. There was only one planet with buildings on it. It was a lifeless planet. All the buildings there were in the shape of temples. And unlike the places where the two of them had encountered, there were no more hidden temples. To sum it up, the trip to the underworld branch had yielded a bountiful harvest. It meant that they were confused, frightened, and mentally polluted. When they came out, their faces were half black and half green. It was as if they had been slapped in the face by the energy of chaos, and they were almost suffocated by the slap. Since they had been ordered to do so, I Ching and the others had also left energy in the light clusters to delay the eruption. The group stood in the realm of order and waited for 5 minutes. All 15 light clusters shone dazzlingly at the same time. The bursting energy from within pierced the world barrier and its concept from the inside. Like seawater pouring into the void, it instantly drowned the starry sky inside. After a flash of origin energy, the entire void was clean. That was the version that was described. As for the feeling of direct observation, it was as if a bright light flickered in all 15 light clusters at the same time. In an instant, all of them vanished, leaving only the presence of rules and order after the annihilation of the light clusters. It would take a few more minutes to completely clean up. Well, then it's time to move on. After looking at the place where the 15 light clusters were destroyed, Yun Nuoshing turned around and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He looked at I Ching and said, I Ching, I've given you the coordinates of the void. You should go and look around there, get a feel of the situation, and set up the necessary defenses. We have to talk to the beings of order here about the follow-up. We'll go over there later. Their minds were filled with the light clusters of the underworld, and they did not have the time to care about the beings of order here. Now, it was time to take care of it. For example, they could leave a part of the defensive array or energy tower array. They could not stay here to help in the battle, but they should at least help to strengthen the counterattack of order. Speaking of which, Lord Maple, I've observed that the chaos spawns in the depths of the void have finished reassembling. There are still 3 groups of chaos energy. I Ching quickly said, "Why are there still 3? Huey's eyes widened as he turned to look at the empty void. Those bastards should be completely dead by now, right? Even if there are only 2 of them left, they can't still be hung up in the void by the abyssal death shroud, right? That's already involved the manipulation of the void's environment. The situation is not clear. However, this time, they did not show any signs of fusing together, nor did they fight among themselves. They are just moving towards the order in a uniform manner. The fact that they are not fighting among themselves should mean that they are still maintaining the same status for the time being. If they did not fuse, we can assume that they have lost the control of the underworld people, and that strange ability does not exist, Yun Nuoshing said, as she narrowed her eyes. As for the Abyssal Death Shroud, the Abyssal Death Shroud might have been recorded by the chaos laws. After all, it is also a power of chaos. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. It is just a defective product, and is still in its initial state. It is not as powerful as the Abyssal Death Shroud that we have to deal with. The pressure that it brings to the Order forces here is not as strong as the Chaos soldiers. After throwing the 2 underworld captives into the temporary observer dimension and locking them up, the party dispelled the Order realm and returned to the void. I Ching and the others continued to move towards the center of the upper plane, without stopping. Yun Nuoshing and the other 3 stood in the void and looked into the distance. The condensed power of chaos was rolling endlessly. There were indeed 3 types of chaos forces. 2 groups of chaos soldiers were sandwiched between a group of ugly, abyssal death shroud derivatives that were extremely contrasting. Judging from the momentum of the chaos gathering power, it would still take some time for the chaos soldiers to gather enough power to fight the Order beings head-on. During this period of time, the chaos soldiers would slowly move towards them. Perhaps by the time they reached the front of the Order formation, they would return to the situation of a 3-way battle. Order would then take this opportunity to intervene. Fortunately, when they were about to launch an attack on the underworld army, they had ordered the Order life forms to rest and reorganize themselves. At this time, most of them had recovered quite a bit of their strength. The group of Order life forms who had followed them to fight against the underworld army had also recovered quite a bit of their strength. Their strength was not at their peak, but it would not affect the next battle. They did not know how long this battle would last, and they could not give an answer regarding this void region. Other than knowing that it belonged to a first inheritor, they did not know anything else. In fact, it was equivalent to not having any investigation progress. This was normal. When it came to matters of the void region, matters of origin, matters of chaos, there were very few obvious clues left behind. Even if they had been searching for a long time, they would still be at a loss. If they wanted to get an answer, they would probably have to go to the tomb of the first inheritor to find out if he had left an answer there. However, compared to the answer, he was more concerned about the last power left for Order that AI Hongyun mentioned. But if it were Maple, perhaps he would be more concerned about what happened to this void and the 36th and 37th era. Only then would he be concerned about what the last power was. Well, if it's the realm of Order, just use a few energy towers as Order nodes. When the time comes, if you want to retreat, just carry the energy towers and retreat. The realm will also retreat with them. Next, you just need to spread the energy towers and magic circles throughout the entire realm of Order to maximize their power. Hui clapped his hands and gave everyone a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. The man who was the chief commander of Order could not help but ask, "Is it okay to leave the power here? You still have to deal with some." "What?" "Hey, don't worry. We have enough power. The energy towers and magic circles that we have deployed for you can only add a little bit of power to us. It won't affect us much. Why don't you let them strengthen your power and make it easier for you to deal with chaos?" This is true. The man nodded slightly. He had already used the energy towers and magic circles. Naturally, he knew how much power these things could increase their combat power. There was no reason for him to refuse. It was just that when he knew that this group of people in front of him had to deal with something that might involve the root of the problem, he would think of ways to help them instead of increasing his own power. However, he could only think about it. They had already said goodbye once. This time, there was no need to waste time. After helping to deploy the Realm of Order, Yun Nuoxing and the other three used the Void Leap to meet up with I Ching and the others. If this isn't the realm of chaos concept bodies, we should have brought them out or asked for help from the front line or something. We looked behind him. He had already used the Void Leap. No matter how hard he stared, he could not see the group of Order beings guarding the upper plane. Firstly, they could not get involved. Secondly, they could not bring the people out. They could only leave a portion of their power to assist in the defense. If they could not end the war in this void, it's not likely to happen. We don't even know how to get out, let alone bring a group of people with us. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. As for asking for help from the front line, phew, we have to put in a lot of effort to protect our own home. Throwing a dozen people into the lower elemental realm is already considered a part of our power. We smiled bitterly. Is it that tight? It's hard to say. Every bit of strength that we have left behind is a bit more. What if we are missing the strength of a dozen people? Yun Nuoxing said, shaking her head. It's just a saying. It's not to the extent that we are done, for just because we are missing a dozen people. I just want to say that we have our own battlefield to be busy with, and we can't split ourselves. If the Void frontline is destroyed, there is only one possibility, and that is to encounter an insurmountable gap. It is an obstacle that the entire Void frontline cannot overcome. At the center of the upper plane, I Ching and the others were circling back and forth around an area. They took out energy towers and set up the Realm of Order here. Perhaps they knew that they might be involved in the most critical matter, so they were risking their lives to set up the defense forces. They set up energy towers as they set up, and in just a few minutes, thousands of energy towers surrounded the void in front of them. The Realm of Order had already spread out in the void. When Yun Nuoxing and the others arrived, they saw that the void in front of them was surrounded like a hedgehog. As for why it was empty inside, they were already used to it. When they came to this void region, it was basically difficult to see anything. It was just like how mortals would squint their eyes when looking at things. As long as the coordinates were correct, there was no problem. As for where the things were hidden, anyway, let's just look around first. Chapter 1839. The dark void was silent. The origin energy and the power of order had built layers upon layers of barriers that were like iron walls. The barriers were constantly colliding with each other, exchanging energy, and fusing with each other. They were tightly pieced together into a perfectly round sphere, sealing off the void in front of them. The energy flowing within the barrier left visible traces. It was like a huge net, and at the thousands of convergence points of the net, there were many colorful energy towers. The surging origin energy spread out through the distribution nodes of the net, spreading throughout the entire realm of order. Then it was released into the void through the barrier. The origin energy that was accumulated here was so dense that it caused the void at the edge of the barrier to feel a little pressure. At this moment, it was still spreading towards the center of the sealed domain at an accelerated speed. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I Ching placed and checked the last node and slipped to the front of the two lords. All the origin energy towers have been set up. The Realm of Order has also been replaced by the Realm of Origin Energy, but it will still take some time to spread the origin energy evenly in this void. What's the situation inside and outside the void? Have there been any changes since the seal began? Hui turned his head and looked at the huge domain that was set up. He felt that there should be no problems and then looked away. The connection between the inside and outside of the void has been cut off for the time being. I Ching glanced at the situation inside the sealed domain and nodded. There is no special phenomenon at the moment. I Ching's expression froze for a moment. He just received the news from the others and nodded. The 37 million energy towers arranged in the 2nd to 7th barrier have also been set up. They will continue to provide energy to the origin energy towers inside as the lower nodes. When necessary, they can complete an emergency overload in an instant to remove the complete 7 layers of the domain from the void and sink it into the void. The reverse energy can also completely seal off the 7 layers of the domain in an instant before the origin energy is completely exhausted. The sealed domain here cannot be opened from the inside. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. So, the basic defense is considered done. Right now, we don't have any other way to set up a stronger defense. 7 layers of barriers. Hui looked at the empty void in front of him, crossed his arms, and muttered, "Is 7 layers enough? It's not enough. If something happens, it definitely won't be enough. The reason why we only set up 7 floors is because we only have enough power to set up 7 floors." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. In order to set up an energy barrier from the inside to the outside, the energy towers on each level that acted as a node would require exponentially more energy. Accumulating up to the 8th level would require 50 to 60 million energy towers, which would be more than the energy towers on the first 7 levels combined. On the other hand, this simple and easy-to-understand arrangement was to compress and condense the energy of the layers from the outside to the inside, gathering the power of the tens of millions of energy towers in the innermost thousands of origin energy towers. The function of all the lower nodes was to accelerate the energy condensation and speed up the energy gathering. Based on the data, the deployment seemed to be on a large scale, but in fact, it covered a relatively small area. It could be said that it was equivalent to using a force that could arm an entire country to seal off a small village in a corner. If 7 or 8 high-level primeval from the underworld were trapped in this layered domain, a group of people would be able to kill them altogether. As for the purpose of this crazy deployment of power, nonsense, of course it was to defend against the concept body of chaos. It was just a precaution. If they really encountered the concept body of chaos here, they would have to be mentally prepared to fight it head on the moment they met. Mental preparation alone was not enough. They also had to have something to help them fight the concept body of chaos head on. Regardless of the outcome, it was fine as long as they fought. Even if the outcome was no doubt that they would be slapped back to the spiritual temple and await resurrection, at least they had tried. They had tried and resisted, but the enemy was too powerful. "We're ready. Let's go in." Yun Nuoxing clenched her fists and turned to I Ching. "Then, according to the plan, Hui and I will go in. The rest of you will guard this domain from the outside." Before he could finish, Feng Qinghuang firmly grabbed his arm, while Siyu also rushed to hold his other arm tightly. The 2 girls looked at him with unwavering eyes. Yun Nuoxing said, "All right, we'll bring you guys along. You guys continue to control the territory here, and let it continue to accumulate power. As for the rest, wait for our orders. If we don't even have anything to say, just sink this place into nothingness. By then, we might already be dead." I Ching nodded solemnly. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, please be careful." Hui was dumbfounded by those words, which sounded like a tacit agreement, although it's good to say it in advance. "Feng, we haven't even found the way in yet. Are you so quick to agree that we'll get into trouble?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "I told you 3 minutes ago that I found the way." Huh, is there such a thing? Little Qing Huang, tell me, did Feng say that just now? I Ching's face twitched. He turned to look at the void, and said calmly, Lord Feng did say that. Lord Hui, you were busy with the sixth domain at that time, so you might not have paid attention. Hui. Aya. Yun, Nuoshing rolled his eyes and patted Feng Qing Huang, and see you, asking them to let go of him. After that, he walked forward. The origin energy in his body receded, and the primal chaos energy surged out from his body happily. At this moment, the void in front of him started to churn. At the moment when the annihilation energy appeared, a dense chaotic cloud emerged from the void, which was pure black without any abnormalities. The moment the annihilation energy appeared, a dense chaotic cloud appeared. The rolling dark cloud revealed a kind of energy that made Hui and the others feel a little scared. The surging cloud seemed to be wrapped in something which was faintly discernible. There was no way to see through it, and there was no way to see what was inside. I really found the way, Hui muttered. Hui muttered in astonishment. His eyes, which were filled with golden energy, looked back and forth at the chaotic clouds in front of him. His expression was solemn, pure annihilation energy. Only those at their level can have such an energy aura. They were not the countless low-level chaotic soldiers. Although they were also formed by annihilation energy, the energy level, energy density, energy aura, and other aspects could be easily distinguished. Their energy intensity was not as exaggerated as the concept body of chaos. He said it as if he had seen the concept body of chaos with his own eyes. Right now, what he saw were only the clones and shadows of the concept body of chaos. They did not know what the relationship between the clones and shadows was, but the shadows were enough to pinch them. What's inside? Another world of light? Or is it an independent space? Huey's body surged with golden light. The Guardian's shield and sword were on his body. He was fully armed and ready for battle. I don't know. I just found the way. I didn't go in to take a look. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. The realm of chaos. I'm talking about the pure realm of chaos. It's not this void that is occupied by the aura of chaos. The things that exist in the realm of chaos are not absurd or chaotic. They are all transformed from something that really exists, or they are formed by distorting and solidifying something that once existed in the real world. It's a bit like the primeval realm. There is a difference. The primeval realm forcibly projects its own realm in a certain area by distorting the real world, the rules, and the void. It covers and temporarily goes to another space. As for the realm of chaos, from what I've seen and heard from them, it directly changes and distorts everything that exists in front of it, replacing it. Its existence has already caused destruction. Just by appearing, it has already caused distortion and change. Hui pinched his chin. In short, it's a completely unreasonable realm. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly and walked forward. Let's go. Enveloping the four of them with the annihilation energy, and using the origin energy as a buffer, they walked toward the chaotic clouds. Seeing that they had begun to move forward, I Ching also retreated into the realm cast by the origin energy, controlling the 37 million energy towers here. There was only one command from the will: gather energy, until the origin energy collapses the void in front of them. There were faint signs of solidification at the edge of the chaotic clouds, as if it had touched a layer of space. Yun Nuoshing mobilized the annihilation energy and gathered it in her hand. Gently touching it in front of her, the solidified space automatically dissipated and opened the door. The chaotic energy behind the door suddenly rushed toward them like a gust of wind, causing Hui and the two girls to hold their breaths. Their expressions were extremely serious. although they had felt the energy breath of the chaotic concept body's shadow from afar. This time they were directly facing it. It was a completely different feeling when they were separated by a window and face to face. Just like at this moment, just touching the annihilation energy was like facing a lump of mud, and the feeling of suffocation followed. Be careful. If you can't do it, go into my spiritual world. Yun Nuashing turned her head and reminded the three of them. She was used to it, but it was hard to say for Hui and Siyu. It was their first time coming into contact with such a level of chaotic energy, and the primeval sky god was not necessarily any better. This was the second time he had walked into the realm of pure chaos. The last time was 5 eras ago, when he was in the cloud continent. The feeling this time was not much different from that time. Even though he had changed himself over the long 5 eras, stepping into the realm of chaos now was still like walking into a swamp and quagmire. The invisible pressure from all directions made him feel like he was trapped in it. His movements were hindered, and his footsteps involuntarily slowed down. He tried to capture something, but could only see a space without light. It was darker than the void. Compared to sight, his senses allowed him to clearly perceive the abnormality in this space. However, as mentioned earlier, he had changed himself over the long 5 eras. At this time, he would not be trapped in it from the beginning. Buzz, the origin energy suddenly appeared along with the light. The faint sound of energy and light suddenly rang in the realm of pure darkness. Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang were shocked. They quickly turned their heads and saw that it was Yun Nuashing who had lit up the light with the origin energy. They were relieved. They almost threw the energy in their hands away, thinking that there was something unusual. How is it? Yun Nuashing looked at the three of them and released the origin energy to prevent them from being corroded in the realm of chaos. It's a little heavier than I thought. Hui let out a long breath. The reaction of the divine energy in his body was much stronger than that of the origin energy in Feng's body. It was probably because his own energy was frightened and subconsciously resisted the overly dense chaotic energy that filled this space. Phew, it's okay. It won't affect us much for now. Siyu smiled at him, and Feng Qinghuang nodded. The light was trapped in the darkness. This was probably an inescapable law. The realm of chaos was like a black hole. It destroyed the rules, destroyed the order, and devoured the light. The only things that were allowed to exist here were endless chaos and darkness. No matter what happened in front of them, this was probably an unchangeable law. Seeing that the three of them were fine, Yun Nuashing nodded and led the way forward. The origin energy that was hovering around them tried to spread out in all directions, but it only tried for a while and then shrank back. It was already very difficult to light up a lamp in this place. It was just wishful thinking to want to light up the whole place. They walked for a while in the seemingly endless chaos. It was not short, but it was not too long either. Just like the first time they entered the realm of chaos. After walking for a while, a dim light appeared in front of them. The dim light gradually expanded as they got closer to it. Finally, it was like a constantly expanding gray ball of light that swallowed them whole. The violently expanding gray light blurred their vision for a moment. When the light dissipated, the four of them opened their eyes at the same time. The scene in front of them, which had been deathly silent and dark, suddenly became clear and distinguishable. The path in front of them was like a passage into the domain of chaos. This should be a characteristic of the realm of chaos, right? Hui listened to Feng Qinghuang's experience of entering the realm of chaos twice. He could not help but say, "Don't think that it's just an ordinary passage. Just the annihilation energy that permeates the passage is enough to repel 70% to 80% of the creatures of order. It's not a place that can be entered just because you want to. Even the primeval god can't enter it. We should stay by your side. With the protection of the origin energy, the pressure won't be that great. Sift through the people who enter. See you at it. Mei Mao walked around twice and suddenly said in a very gloomy tone, "My realm is not a place that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter as they wish." Yun Nuashing said, "Which third-rate world's troublemaker's tone is that?" Although he did have the same idea as the chaos conceptual entity, they would not say such things. Anything that they were not interested in would probably be treated like grass or stones by the roadside. They would not even take a second look at it. Rats that barged in would not have the ability to step into the realm of chaos. The scene in front of them was a large hall. They appeared directly in this hall. When they turned their heads to look behind them, the space seemed to be infinitely extended. They could not see the exit, only the front. The spacious hall was golden and red. The stone pillars on both sides were hundreds of feet tall. They stood side by side on the left and right sides of the space in front of them, as if they were a path that led to the depths of the realm. A heavy and ancient aura came from every corner of this space, as if it carried the vastness and infinity of the sea of time. The sedimentation of time turned into streaks of patterns that were engraved on the stone pillars and walls of the hall. It had always been like this since ancient times. Yun Nuashing looked at the hall in front of her. Suddenly, her expression changed. "This is that place." "Which place?" Hui turned his head with a whoosh and saw that his old friend's expression had changed drastically. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by the origin heavenly god. Hui immediately understood something. "You've seen it before. Could it be related to the origin?" "It's there." Yun Nuashing nodded heavily. "The palace of the origin heavenly god. And the others. I've been to the palace on the origin continent twice. The style is exactly the same. Even the appearance is basically the same." Huey's face twitched violently. "Come on." Something related to the origin heavenly god appeared in the realm of chaos. This is simply. It was hard to imagine, but it was not impossible to accept. This was the tomb of Ai Hongyun, the first successor of the origin heavenly god. According to the information they had gathered and deduced, it was Ai Hongyun and the two chaos concept bodies that had been swept into the void. The first successor must have used some method to kill them here, perhaps sacrificing himself to seal them here. Therefore, it was not surprising that the palace of the origin heavenly god appeared here. It might have been left behind by Ai Hongyun, but why was it in the realm of chaos? It was simple. Perhaps the seal had cracked, and the chaos concept bodies had come out and occupied this place. After all, the meaning of a seal was to wait for the moment it was broken. It was fine to seal some things with a fixed lifespan, as it was a competition of who could last longer. However, when the target of the seal was something that did not have the concept of lifespan and time, the situation suddenly became very interesting. The spacious hall was empty, apart from the receding pillars on both sides, which indicated that they were moving forward. There was nothing else that was different. This was a space built based on the place where the origin heavenly gods had once existed. Perhaps a part of it had been cut off to allow it to circulate, but no one knew how long it would take for there to be any other movement. Based on the usual behavior, even if there isn't a huge explosion, there should be something coming out to greet the guests, right? Hui finally could not hold back his words after walking for a while. Yun Nuashing, and the two girls shuddered at the same time. The three of them turned around and looked at the blabbermouth guardian with an extremely complicated expression. The guardian regained his senses abruptly after being glared at fiercely. He stuck out his tongue awkwardly. Subconsciously, I shouldn't have fallen like this. Hiss, there's someone in front. The trio's faces twitched again as they turned back to look at the front. Right in front of the hall, they seemed to have reached the innermost part, and there was a throne under a wall that was thousands of feet high. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched again when the two conditions were met at the same time. However, upon closer inspection, they found that this throne was not the same as the one he measured with his buttocks and Ai Hongyun's throne. It seemed that the origin heavenly god had built it according to his own preferences. There was a figure sitting on the ancient and majestic throne. His hands rested on the armrests, and he leaned back. Even though he was just a blurry white light, they could still feel his aura from the humanoid white light. Just by feeling, they could tell that this was a heroic, majestic, divine, and mysterious person. They could not see his appearance, but there was no doubt that he was the origin heavenly god. However, it was even more thought-provoking that there was a shadow of the origin heavenly god in the realm of chaos. Doesn't it sound very exciting? I dare say that when we take 2 steps forward, he will immediately stand up and show us his divine artifact. We said excitedly. He spoke so fast that he could not control himself at all. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang's pretty faces turned pale as they listened to him. Since the prophecy emperor had spoken, they had better get ready for battle. Shut up! Yun Nuoxing was so annoyed that she elbowed him in the chest. Unless the origin heavenly god was present in person, no one would be able to see his true appearance. The lingering clone that they saw last time could be considered as half a real person, so they could see him. Other than that, all they saw in other places was a mass of white shadows. In addition, they did not know much about the origin heavenly god. Although Yun Nuoxing had heard about them, he did not know much about them. Not to mention, there was only a mass of white shadows in front of them, so they could not tell which origin heavenly god it was. This was not the history of the mortal world. The shortest was a few decades, the longest was a few tens of thousands of years, and the longest was 1,000,000 years. There were still records of the past, those people who had left behind a thick stroke or several strokes in history, as well as those earth-shattering events, could not be wiped clean in 1,000,000 years. However, it had already been 16 eras since the gods of origin had passed away. At the end of that era, she had even guided a spatial turbulence, causing the entire Deyuan realm to shatter into pieces. History had become something that did not exist, and had already disappeared into the long river of time. No one remembered what had happened in the past. The time span of 16 eras, plus the void turbulence that had forcibly cut off generations, made them, who were trying to trace the history, feel their way forward in the dark. Even if they found some clues, they could only squat there and ponder for a long time. In the end, they came to a conclusion. What is this? The figure on the throne at the front of the hall seemed to have noticed their arrival. He suddenly stood up. With a pair of deep and majestic eyes that could see through the sea of time, he stared at the 4 people who had appeared in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on Yun Nuoxing. There seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Damn it! The moment he felt that he had been noticed, Yun Nuoxing's pretty face was covered in cold sweat. Then, he felt an irresistible force suddenly descending on him. He pushed the 3 people around him away, almost by conditioned reflex. The origin energy explosion, boom, Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang were suddenly pushed away by a force. They did not react at all. Then, a sacred and majestic force suddenly descended on them. The mighty destructive impact suddenly bloomed. They did not see anything clearly. They only felt that a force had swept Yun Nuoxing away. Feng. Hui hurriedly got up from the ground. He was dumbfounded when he saw a deep gully on the ground. His eyes moved along the gully to the nearest stone pillar. There, he saw Feng pressed against the pillar by the origin heavenly god's shadow. The white palm almost penetrated Feng's chest. Hui and the others' expressions changed. They hurriedly unleashed all their power. Just as they were about to charge forward, the white figure suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. The four of them were stunned. Yun Nuoshing held his chest and sucked in a breath of cold air. "Who is this? He ran away after slapping me." Hui hurriedly grabbed Feng's shoulder and pulled him down from the stone pillar. A wry smile appeared on his face. "You're not a shield. Why did you push me away?" "Air." Instinctively. Yun Nuoshing grimaced as he held his chest. His entire body was trembling. When he lowered his head to inspect his wound, he saw a ball of orange light in his wound. The origin energy. It was the origin energy of the origin heavenly God. It seemed to be trying to merge into his body. Chapter 1840. The heavenly God of origin, this group of violent maniacs who stood at the pinnacle of the world of order and moved around the grand primordial realm. Wherever they went, they would mix with chaos. With them as the center, the void within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years would be swept into a storm. As the storm continued to sweep, the entire void of order would be swept into it. Right after that, the two sides of order and chaos would tear down everything in the void. They would tear down everything they saw. They would tear down everything, leaving behind a mess for the other life forms of order to clean up. They would continue to tear down the places behind them. The above idea was purely a result of his weak resentment. It couldn't be helped. Not only had he been tortured by the heavenly God of origin countless times, but they had also been haunting him like wandering souls for 5 eras. It wouldn't be a problem for them to drag this on for another dozen or so eras. The only thing they lacked was to slap a stamp of the heavenly God of origin over his body. Well, he was already having a hard time as a maintenance worker in the divine realm. Why did they have to torment him in other places? However, after being slapped, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The light that lingered around the origin energy was mixed with a large number of origin fragments. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a large number of origin fragments, ever since he obtained a large number of origin relics that he didn't know if they were useful or not. Now, they were going to gather in that space again. They were going to make a lot of noise again. They would be nagging, and muttering endlessly in his ears. He just didn't know if this slap was something he had to endure, or if it was actually a selective slap. "Are you all right?" We couldn't help but frown worriedly when he saw Maple's out-of-body and absent-minded appearance. After being slapped by the heavenly God of origin, this guy's body had almost collapsed again. Yun Nuoshing pressed down on his chest, and the surging origin energy calmed down the restless energy there. The orange light wrapped around his chest slowly entered the world heart in his heart and fused with it. More specifically, there didn't seem to be any changes. It was likely that only a portion of the fragments had been recovered. As for what it was used for, well, it was hard to say. With his current understanding of origin energy, how was he supposed to know what was going on? Those damned things basically treated his body as their toy and did whatever they wanted. If they were interested, they would mark his body, and if they suddenly had a flash of inspiration, they would leave a mark on his body. If they were even more interested, they would have their clones crawl out from the corners and throw tons of things at his head without caring about his feelings. Anyway, this orange origin energy didn't seem to change. It's fine. It probably rushed over after seeing the heart of the world. Probably. Yun Nuoshing smiled wryly. Even though he had already prepared himself for battle, he was still sent flying. After the origin, heavenly God dissipated into smoke. The palace in front of them also dissipated like a bubble. Another passageway appeared in front of them, and it was exactly the same as the corridor behind them. It was as if the passageway was endless and there was no end to it. It was quite strange just by looking at it. Hui looked at the long corridor in front of them and reflexively turned to look at Maple. His face twitched, and he couldn't help but say, "Maple, look at this." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. "Even though my feet are already telling me to turn around and go back, my brain is telling me to hurry up and go forward. The three of them." This guy's bad memories of the heavenly god of origin had already been activated. He was currently in a state where he wanted to leave, but also didn't want to. However, Huey's words immediately resolved this problem. How do we get out of the realm of chaos? Yun Nuoxing thought for 2 seconds before leading the group forward without any hesitation. Hui and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy probably wouldn't be able to get out of the realm of chaos anytime soon. The heavenly god of origin. No, this time, it was something left behind by the first-generation successor named AI Hongyan. He couldn't tell if anything had changed after the realm of chaos had eroded it. In any case, things related to origin shouldn't have been distorted. It was self-evident what would happen if a chaotic concept body encountered the origin energy. It would either perish together with the origin energy, or, based on what he knew now, the annihilation energy could also erode the origin energy in an incomplete state. It was just that the conditions were more stringent, and for the time being, he hadn't found any origin energy that had yet to change after being eroded by chaos. He just wanted to say that although this was the realm of chaos, it couldn't be ruled out that the realm of chaos was dumpling skin, and the thing left behind by AI Hongyan was in the state of dumpling filling. It looked like the realm of chaos had surrounded this place, but in fact, it hadn't been able to destroy anything that belonged to order. After walking along the endless hall for a long time, the space in front of them seemed to be overlapping and circulating endlessly. Yun Nuoxing felt that the realm of chaos was fading bit by bit, which seemed to confirm his guess. The realm of order and the realm of chaos existed independently. The chaotic concept body had eroded the less important parts of the realm of order, and in turn had surrounded it. At present, it was still trying to completely erode or destroy the realm of chaos. In front, Feng Qinghuang suddenly tightened her grip on Yun Nuoxing's hand. The group hurriedly looked forward, and their expressions changed again. In front of the hall, there was a space that was no longer the hall area. A piece of the hall had been dug out, and it had become an open space. It was a dilapidated place. From the traces left in the space, it seemed that this space was once a battlefield, and there were thousands of holes left in it. There were also broken weapons on the ground, and some of them were in a broken state. Even the divine power weapon of the heavenly god of origin was broken into 4 or 5 pieces scattered on the ground and mixed with the fragments of other weapons. Even the aura that once existed had been completely erased, and it was difficult to distinguish which fragments belonged to which weapon and which heavenly god of origin belonged to. These things are real. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched the handle of a spear closest to him. His expression changed slightly, although there was no longer the aura of the heavenly god of origin or the heavenly god of origin. They still had an aura that was once real. It was difficult for him to express it. It was as if he was in an illusion, and he could clearly distinguish what was real and what was fake. Hui pulled out a sword from the ground that appeared to be in good condition, but it had already lost all of its power. Compared to ordinary weapons, it was only well preserved and would not rust. After all, it was once a creation of rules. Does it really mean? Who does it belong to? It could be the heavenly god of origin, a high-level one. It could also be the heavenly god of origin. It's hard to tell. All the aura that remains are tangled together. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Trying to find out who a bunch of old antiques that had lost all their characteristics belonged to was as difficult as asking him to find the position of the divine realm that was drifting in the void dozens of eras ago. He was talking about the position of the divine realm during the mythological era. It was difficult to find information about that time even through the divine realm itself. It was all broken into pieces. The sword vault. No, it's the weapon vault. You dug out a broken scythe from the ground. Half of the blade had disappeared, while the remaining handle and half of the blade were covered in dust and stained with traces of energy corrosion. She tried to activate it with energy, and the scythe shone again, clearing away the dust on its surface. She was a little surprised. Little star, this thing seems to still work. Yun Nuoshing leaned over and took the scythe from the brat. He shook his head and said, "It's just that you used energy to clear away the traces that don't belong to it. It's now just a creation of rules. It's empty inside and has been completely corroded by various elements." "All right," you muttered and threw it on the ground. She lowered her head and searched nearby. Suddenly, she saw something from the corner of her eye, and her expression stiffened. What she saw was a pair of white feet, and it was very close. From this angle, it was probably 3 or 4 meters away. The brat's face turned white at once. Sweat dripped down her face uncontrollably. She maintained her posture and turned around while trembling. She hurriedly said in her soul, little star, save me." Yun Nuoshing abruptly turned around and pulled out the netherworld sword, and then he himself was stunned. 3 or 4 meters away from Siyu stood a white figure with its hands behind its back. Judging from its long hair, there was a 50% chance that it was a woman, a female heavenly origin god. But it definitely wasn't her. Her hair and height were different, and the one in front of him was slightly shorter. After Yun Nuoshing recovered from his shock, he swung his arm and pulled Siyu back from the front. He took out the Netherworld Ruin sword and swung it, but his hand suddenly became empty, causing him to be stunned again. He caught sight of the female heavenly origin god's gaze and realized that she was holding the Netherworld Ruin sword with both hands. One of her hands was holding the sword while the other hand was gently stroking the blade. She even seemed to be taking in deep breaths and sighing. She was gently shaking her head as if she was catching up with an old friend. He couldn't help but wonder if the Netherworld Ruin sword and the other 11 divine swords in the divine sword record were made by her. This place was full of broken weapons, and she seemed to be very familiar with the Netherworld sword. He couldn't help but think more about it. Hui and Feng Qinghuang looked at her and slowly backed away. When they saw Yun Nuoshing gesturing at them, they slowly moved away from him and took Siyu with them. They didn't know what these heavenly origin gods were planning to do, and even if they were going to do something, they were probably going to target Yun Nuoshing. The 3 of them were ordinary and weak mortals, so it was better for them to stay away from them. It might be a little rude to say that, but if the heavenly origin gods were really going after Feng, and they didn't know what was good for them, and forcefully got involved, Feng would probably be fine. At most, his vision would blur, and he would faint for a moment. He would recover after a short while, but they would definitely die. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. She didn't seem to have any reaction, so he was about to walk over when she suddenly looked up, gripped the Netherworld sword with both hands, and disappeared. Guardian's barrier. We had been paying attention to this all this time, so he instantly smashed the Guardian's shield on the ground and poured all the energy into Feng's body. A thick layer of crystallized energy formed around him, and the Netherworld sword shadow was instantly reflected on the crystallized energy barrier. The next moment, it easily pierced through his strongest defense, which was even strong enough to stop a high-level primeval's attack. Yun Nuoshing's origin energy surged and gathered in front of her, like lightning. That's right, he had made a mistake. He should have used normal energy to defend himself, such as the normal power of order. He should have used his normal observer form's energy instead of origin energy. She didn't even pause in front of him. She only glanced at him, and dozens of origin energies in his body instantly stopped moving. The rest of them also paused and hesitated for a moment. It was also at this moment that the female heavenly origin god stabbed her dark ruin sword into his chest. A burst of excruciating pain suddenly shot through his body. But before this pain could spread through his body, the extremely violent origin energy combined with the power of the dark ruin sword destroyed his body, leaving him only in the form of pure energy. She carried the immense power of the dark ruin sword with her, as she charged toward him and nailed him to a pillar. Almost all of the dark ruin sword had sunk into his body. Boom! Only then did the sound ring out, and a visible shockwave destroyed the surrounding space. Yun Nuoshing put on a pained expression and was about to resist when a white hand suddenly slapped his face. While he was still in a daze, his head was smashed into the pillar, creating a huge crater. Fortunately, he was in his pure energy form, so he didn't feel dizzy. If it were anyone else, they might have. They might have been sent straight to the path of reincarnation. Just like the heavenly origin god before him. This female heavenly origin god unreasonably stabbed him with the netherworld sword. Then she slapped him and pinched his face with both hands. In the next second, she turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. This Maple, are you dead yet? Hui rushed forward anxiously. He saw that Feng's figure was translucent, but it didn't dissipate immediately. He quickly grabbed his arm to pull him out. He was at a loss. Why are you embedded in the wall again? Yun Nuoshing grimaced and pulled his hands back. He lowered his head and pointed at the sword in his chest. Please, pull the netherworld sword out first. I'm stuck in the wall really hard this time. Hui and the two girls worked hard for a few minutes before they managed to pull him out of the wall. Yun Nuoshing's body was half transparent, and he couldn't move as Feng Qinghuang held him in her arms. Under the influence of the heavenly origin god's power, he wouldn't be immobilized even if he was half dead. The main reason was that he was paralyzed by the heavenly origin god's power. This time, what remained in his body was a light silver color. It was like a silver galaxy with a hint of gray, and it contained countless stars. Hui checked Feng's body, which was paralyzed and couldn't move. His face kept trembling. What did they do to your body? You have to ask them. How would I know what they did? Yun Nuoshing's mouth and face trembled for a while. He checked himself urgently and was speechless. He was also a fragment of the heavenly origin god's power. Why did the heavenly origin god pierce through him this time? Don't these damned things know how to spell the word pain? The netherworld sword was also wrapped in the light, silver, heavenly origin god's power. It flickered for a while before it disappeared. Yun Nuoshing grimaced and lay down for a while before he could get up. He got up and checked himself for a while, then said to the three of them with a bitter face, "It's gone. My body has been destroyed. I won't be able to condense it back for a while." Hui held his head and sighed. The battle between the Void frontline and the underworld for 5 eras wasn't this tragic. It was one-sided and beaten up by the heavenly origin god. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly, but he didn't feel any resentment. No, he was still a little unhappy. Well, just a little unhappy. The main thing was that he didn't know what they wanted to do. They rushed up to him and beat him up without saying a word. They didn't even give him a chance to fight back. He could only feel that they were overflowing with mischief. They were just like old urchins. If they didn't torture him to death in the future, he would beat them up one day Damn it, did they think he was a wooden dummy? This time, the 1,000 soldiers mound didn't disappear. However, there was nothing in front of them. The four of them took a few minutes to cross the mound of soldiers. The scene returned to the main hall. After walking for a while, the mound of soldiers disappeared. Only the main hall was left. This place should be the memory of the battlefield. It still has the memory of the battlefield. As we spoke, he suddenly paused. He raised his hand and looked at the broken weapon that had not been thrown away and had not disappeared along with the scene. He stammered for a while. I have a bold idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Are you afraid that they will hear you? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Just say it. They won't look for you if they have something to say. Hui scratched his head and said, based on the scene of the two heavenly origin gods. Well, I guess it might be the scene of their fall. One of them died on their own throne, while the other died on the battlefield where the curtains had already come to an end after being forged by 10,000 soldiers. Just by looking at the latter, I actually thought that it was related to their own divinity, divine authority, and divine name. The light on Yun Nuoshing's body changed. He narrowed his eyes. Battlefield, the battlefield where they fell, it didn't seem impossible, but it also didn't seem very likely. If what you said is true, then either these two, including the afterimage of the heavenly god of origins that might appear later, are from the 36th and 37th era. They had already fallen before this void domain was thrown out, and this scene was engraved in Ai Hongyun's memory. Or perhaps it has nothing to do with whether he saw it or remembered it. It's just like the world of nothingness that I reconstructed. The fragments related to them are in a semi-independent state of time. These are the only two possibilities that can explain why their afterimages would appear here. Yun Nuoshing nodded hesitantly. Their understanding of the origin heavenly god was only at the tip of a thread, probably less than 1%. As for what they could do, what characteristics they had, whether they were alive or dead, only they knew about this. Battlefield. Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but mutter. How large was the battlefield of that battle? Oh, you can just treat it as our current battlefield. It's almost to the extent that the entire Great Yuan realm is included in it. It's not surprising at all to see what will happen. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said slowly, it's just that the battle they faced was more chaotic. Sui Qing once told me about some of the scenes when the battle broke out. It wasn't like the underworld that was slowly pushed in from the edge. Instead, the battle broke out in every corner of the void of order at the same time. There was no pattern, just like he paused for a moment and blinked his eyes. Just like the lower and middle planes that we've seen in this void, at the same time, all the places where the beings of order gather are targeted by the forces of chaos. They are entangled endlessly. Huey's face twitched. That can't be, right? That would only happen if the power of chaos spread into the void of order, right? Well, we can only assume that the power of the chaos concept bodies is even more exaggerated than we thought. Perhaps they could indeed bypass the surveillance of the heavenly god of origin and the beings of order at the edge of the void of chaos and directly pierce into the void of order. They could either hide or quickly spread and erupt. Sui Qing and the others weren't sure about that. They only knew that the war between order and chaos was about to break out. There were some signs of war and some faint movements, and the war broke out soon after. However, there was no sign of it developing at all. The moment the war broke out, it was at the highest scale. Before they could understand what was going on, they were thrown away and locked up. At least we saw the underworld invading from the lower planes, sensed the danger, and organized the beings of the void of order to counterattack. Everyone fell silent. the extent of a fire in the backyard. It was almost like treating the void of order as a six-story building. When the chaos concept bodies invaded on a large scale, the first to six floors would all be on fire at the same time. Moreover, the fire would be the most serious situation without any preparation. The thick smoke had already covered the entire building, making it impossible to see what was around them. Then, are we now walking in a replicated war ruin? See, you asked, looking around curiously. It's just a small area, but that should be it, Yin Nuoshing said, nodding. And it should be the active manifestation of the origins. Is it about the fact that you're being watched by the entire void? We asked. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. It probably has nothing to do with AI Hongyun's thoughts. It's easy to understand if you think about it. The first generation heir is running around with the heavenly god of origins afterimage. As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head. Forget it, I don't dare to make any conclusions. I can't accurately analyze everything here, and everything tends towards chaos. Carefully explore the rules of this space. At first, you could still feel the normal rules that belong to order. It's normal order, but as you continue to explore deeper and deeper, all the way to the bottom, you'll soon encounter a concept layer of destruction. There, order, chaos, and rules don't exist. It's a layer of coexistence, where both sides are crushed into powder and spread evenly across the entire plane without dissipating or being devoured by the void. After passing through that layer, you'll suddenly come into contact with the rules of chaos in the domain of chaos. Yes, it's passing through, not crossing to a deeper layer. It's still the same place. At first, I thought that the domain of chaos was a sphere of chaos, and within the sphere was the domain of order. What's the truth? Hui played the role of an excellent listener and asked appropriately. In fact, Yin Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at him. In fact, the domain of chaos and the domain of order are two spheres of the same size. 1/3 of them are stuck together. The concept layer of destruction is the part that's stuck together, and the part that's wrapped around both of them. What the hell? These two domains are built in an environment made up of a lot of destroyed rules and destroyed fragments of order. Huey's eyes widened. This is as expected of the heavenly god of origin and the heavenly god of chaos. For example, they were on a flat ground. The flat ground was not solid rock, but flowing, hot, barely solidified magma. However, it was the kind that would still burn if one stepped on it. These two domains were buildings built on the magma that was still flowing inside. If it were a normal building, it would probably explode if one fell into it, Yun Nuoshing nodded. It's the most brutal trace left behind after the battle between the heavenly god of origin and the heavenly god of chaos. Well, they told me that. He pointed at his chest, and the three of them smiled bitterly. That was where the two heavenly gods of origin had attacked. As expected, there was a fragment of origin, and they also told him about this space. Chapter 1841. The chaos domain and order domain were like dumpling fillings. They were wrapped into two balls by a thick layer of destroyed order and rules. However, even if this layer of destroyed order and rules mixed together to form a dumpling skin, the energy of chaos still had the upper hand and was in a dominant position. In the beginning, they still crossed over the chaos domain to arrive here. However, they didn't enter the chaos domain all at once. Instead, they entered the order domain. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that they were dragged into the realm of order. Judging from Maple's attraction to the origin and the nature of their attraction to each other, it was very likely that they were paired up on their own accord. He and the two girls were grouped together and were dragged into the realm of order, cough, cough. Putting aside the idle chatter, knowing the situation of the realms of chaos and order was actually good news. When they first guessed the situation of the two realms, order was completely suppressed by chaos. However, reality told them that these two things had been fighting for more than a dozen eras and were still in a stalemate. Chaos had a slight upper hand, and the danger they faced was reduced by a lot. They went from being unarmed to wearing a thin layer of iron and holding a toothpick-like spear in their hands. It did not feel much different. Hui tried to figure out the situation in this realm by himself. Unfortunately, he failed. Life forms without the support of the origin energy were probably no different from weeds in this realm. They were either ignored or had no idea about their own situation. Actually, he was quite lucky. This damned void, right? Not everything was better if one knew more. Generally speaking, the more one knew, the harder it would be for one to survive. For example, his most sincere partner, Mr. Void, Misfortune, Stubborn Bullsh, *T. Maple, how big is this realm of order? Hui used his elbow to poke one of the observers in the form of energy. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the side and gestured with her eyes. It's very big. It's the same size as the realm of chaos. Why, you want to go out? Hui shook his head. I don't know where we're going. Can I just ask you? We're now heading to the place where the two realms intersect. That's where the energy of order gathers. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be where the energy of chaos gathers. Hui stroked his chin and thought. We're going in the direction of the energy flow of the realm of order. So the shadow of the origin god we see on the way it should be something left behind by the realm of order. This realm was not left behind by the first generation inheritor in the first place. He merely took over this realm and used it to continue resisting the power of chaos here. This realm should belong to the heavenly gods of origins. As for how many heavenly gods of origins it belongs to, well, we'll have to see if we can still see their afterimages along the way. This was just a thought, but Yun Nuoshing was still not sure if this theory was correct. From the moment they came in until now, they had raised 4 or 5 guesses. Now, all of them were overturned. It was about the origin god and the chaos concept body. This was a headache. Just one battlefield was already such a situation, not to mention the war that used the entire grand primordial realm as the battlefield, not to mention the era that had been separated by one-dimensional turbulence. Let's put it this way. The archaeology team had to be, at least in the Yuanshe realm. The existence of the origin energy could make them the leaders of the charge. The vision in front of them suddenly darkened. Yun Nuoshing and the others noticed that the color had suddenly darkened. It was as if they had walked from the interior of the magnificent hall that was filled with golden light to the door. Outside the door, there was a scene of black clouds pressing down on the city. The scene in front of them slowly turned into a dark color. Hui sniffed and said, "The chaos energy is starting to appear in front of us. It's still very weak. It should be seeping in from the middle area." They had almost reached the end of the realm of order. The beginning of contact with the chaos energy was just a small reminder. As they continued to move forward, the surroundings became very dark. The light began to fade, and the visibility of the surrounding things decreased bit by bit. It was as if there was a layer of haze in front of them until they could no longer see a trace of light from the scene in front of them. Yun Nuoshing stood still and carefully stretched out her hand as if she was under the eaves to test the sunlight. After a while, she felt the chaos energy begin to wrap around her hand. She saw that the gray color suddenly became much denser. She could not help but frown. They were now at a dividing line. On this line, they could see a very dark hall. Everything was very blurry. Once they crossed this line, there was only endless darkness in front of them. It was even darker than falling head first into the void. The zone of destruction dominated by the chaos energy. Hui also stretched out his hand and stirred the darkness in front of them a few times. He frowned and said, "Even the structure of this place has been torn apart. Only a thin layer of the void and nothingness is still wrapped around this place. It's very similar to the primordial void. This is the energy that has been deposited for more than a dozen eras. The chaos energy and the order energy have all been deposited in this small place. After more than a dozen eras, there has been no change. It has been maintained at the moment of the explosion of destruction." Hui covered his face and sighed. The ruins left behind by the clash between the primordial god and the chaos concept body should be the most severely damaged place they had found so far. After talking with Maple for a while, they roughly understood the structure of the domain in front of them. Its main body was still a realm of order. 55% of it was chaos energy, and 45% of it was order energy. This was the superficial situation on the surface. If they were to go deeper, these energies were all the remnants of destruction that had undergone destruction. To put it simply, these were the waste energies which had been used up and would automatically dissipate in space and be automatically removed by the void. But this was only for ordinary energies. As they said, the primordial energy and the annihilation energy, when these two things were pinched together, it was difficult to control what would happen. Going back to the original situation, the primordial energy and the annihilation energy should have gone through a head-on collision. Immeasurable amounts of primordial energy and the annihilation energy collided here. So a large amount of residual energy that had been used and experienced destruction was produced. However, these energies did not dissipate because of this. They went through a series of strange things and were left behind. They even self-perfected the structure of the structure and became a legitimate thing that was allowed to exist. That is, the residual energy of destruction and destruction was born after the collision between the two sides. This remnant energy mixed with the aura of destruction destroyed part of the primordial energy and part of the primordial energy and the annihilation energy, mixing the parts that they occupied together. The structure of the two domains should have also suffered considerable damage and were forcibly pulled close to each other. They should have continued to fight until the other side was dead, but because of the emergence of the new domain, it became a buffer zone between the two sides, and the battle was declared to have ended in an instant. That was the general idea, and that was the extent of their deduction. Although it is called a buffer zone, it does not mean that it is safe. On the contrary, this area is more dangerous than the two pure domains. It is equivalent to a domain where the primordial energy is constantly exploding and the annihilation energy is constantly releasing impact. Yun Nuashing said in a low voice as she waved her hand. Hui sorted out the situation, then clapped his hands and said, "In short, the origin heavenly God and the primal chaos concept body are no longer inside, but their energies are still fighting to the death inside, and neither side will die. There is a slight difference. Let's put it this way. You can think of this domain as a sun, but this sun is forged from the primordial energy and the annihilation energy. There is an energy explosion happening inside at every moment, and the upper limit of the energy explosion is equivalent to the most intense moment of the battle back then. Huff and puff, even if it is an event comparable to the divine annihilation storm. That is too exaggerated, but it is more or less the same. The primordial crack, the name given by the sorting out some time ago, was a never-ending divine annihilation storm. It was the most violent event in the entire Yuan realm, lasting forever and never-ending. Yun Nuashing felt that even the chaos concept body would have to ponder for a while before deciding whether to jump in or not. Hui scratched his head and was a little hesitant. The darkness in front of him was just darkness at the beginning, but when Feng mentioned it, he felt that the path of reincarnation had opened up in front of him, and if he fell in, he would not know how many years they would meet again. So, are we jumping in or not? Yun Nuoshing looked at him and nodded. There is no other place to go except to continue forward. Is there? Huh. Whatever, let's just go. Do you think we will be stumped in this place? I am a guardian. Hui suddenly paused and grinned. He took out his holy shield and walked in front. Well, Feng, use the primordial energy to give me a blessing. I am a little weak. Let's go. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She pulled Siyu and Feng Qinghuang and gave Hui a push. The four of them crashed into the place full of endless chaos and destruction. When he looked up, he saw that his body had already sunk into complete darkness. Boundless darkness surrounded him in all directions. It was as if he had returned to the darkness when he first stepped into this domain. However, other than the empty darkness, there was something else, something extremely dangerous. The divine domain that Hui held up was attached with Yun Nuoshing's primordial energy. The layer of golden barrier was dyed with a colorful luster. The moment they stepped into the darkness, it was immediately dyed with a thick layer of gray. The entire barrier seemed to have been electrocuted and exploded with a bang. Countless energy phenomena surrounded the entire golden barrier and exploded around it. Hui was so frightened by the sudden movement that he trembled all over. His hand that was holding the shield trembled violently a few times. Damn it, the intensity of this energy explosion. This. Hui pressed his hands hard on the guardian's shield, and cold sweat broke out. I should have been pressed into the void by the primordial energy and the annihilation energy at the same time, right? Isn't this what you did? Yun Nuoshing heard him and turned her head. I don't know who was the one who carried the shield and said so heroically and volunteered to charge in front. We have just entered the door, and we have already lost some of our momentum. Hui smiled bitterly. No matter how much he heard, it was not as clear as walking forward and being beaten up. This was indeed a continuous energy explosion that was mixed with the primordial energy and the annihilation energy. Fortunately, the two energies exploded independently and did not mix together and then slap him. That would be no different from Feng's primordial chaos. After a few adjustments, the divine barrier that was propped up became stable. Hui wiped the sweat off his face and nodded to Feng and the other two. It's done. It's not a problem for now. As long as we don't encounter an even stronger energy explosion, we can hold on for a long time. In the boundless darkness and chaos, he could no longer see the realm of order when he turned around. Looking ahead, there was only empty nothingness. Everything here was unrecognizable. There was only an endless surge of explosive energy. It was as if he had walked into an area of thunderstorms. The thunderbolts that filled the sky would strike his divine barrier hundreds of times every second. Fortunately, the primordial energy helped to reduce half of the destructive power. If he were to hold the defense alone, he might have gone all out by now. Then he would have to hold on for another half an hour at most before announcing that his energy was exhausted. Yun Nuoshing tried to release the primordial energy outside the divine barrier, but it did not go well. Her primordial energy could not stay long in a place that was completely chaotic and only had destructive laws. If she wanted to use her energy to explore the way, she could only try to move forward bit by bit. As he walked forward, Hui Neng could feel that the energy from the barrier was getting stronger. Just as he was about to increase his own energy, the boundless pressure from the front suddenly disappeared. The pressure on the barrier suddenly disappeared. The colorful luster on the sacred barrier returned to normal. The gray energy subsided, and a stable golden light was released again. Hui put down the shield he was holding and looked around in confusion. Foam, the energy of the explosion, seems to have disappeared. It was probably an area of violent energy just now. We should have walked to a calm place now. Origin energy surged in Yun Nuoxing's eyes as he spoke. He looked around and frowned. That shouldn't be the case. That's not what they told me. Given the power that erupted from the battle between the Origin heavenly god and the chaotic concept body, the entire domain should have been occupied by the laws of destruction. How could they have walked out of the area of energy turbulence so quickly? Forget it. The commotion they caused will probably always be unexpected. Let's not worry about it for now. Hui scratched his head. He had only heard a few words. According to the movements of the battle between them and the high-level primeval of the underworld, the remnant movements, the closer they were to the center of the battlefield, the more abnormal and residual energy there were, and the more violent the energy explosion was. When they were close to the center, everything was in a state of disintegration. As for a calm place, how could a place where countless energies clashed with each other be calm? There seemed to be. Just like how the center of a storm would be calm, if excessively powerful energy continued to erupt in the center. Well, just like Maple's 3 forms of nothingness, when any one of them smashed down, the area with a radius of tens of meters would be absolutely calm because nothing would be left. Everything that should have existed in this area would either be destroyed or blown away by the impact. If the energy level kept increasing, the center should be restored to the original state of the primordial void. Nothing would be left. We didn't run to the center, did we? Huey's face turned green at the mention of this question. No, not yet. If this is the center of the calm, the core, the primordial energy should be able to spread out smoothly. Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and threw out the primordial energy. Just like what he had been trying to do, the colorful energy floated out like a ribbon a few meters away. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The primordial energy really floated out all of a sudden. He never expected it. Could it really be the center? However, it could also be that a part of the place is calm. After all, it was a battle between those two things. There must be more than one part of the battlefield that was damaged. Siyu shook Yun Nuoxing's arm and pointed at the primordial energy that floated out. It was floating on a boundary in front of them. The boundary was no longer complete. With every little movement, a part of it would disappear, and another part would reappear. Look, it seems to have floated to a place and been cut off. Well, it seems so. By the way, I found traces of the energy flow. Let's continue moving forward. We should be able to reach the center soon. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and followed the ribbon left behind by the primordial energy. Hui, continue to prepare. The energy explosion in this place is probably intermittent. Don't, right? We'll die. Hui laughed bitterly. Just as he raised the shield in his hand to support a more powerful energy, a rumbling sound suddenly descended upon them. They had just crossed the end of the ribbon when they were hit by a thunderous shock. Suddenly, they laughed bitterly. Lu Hui was trembling as if he was convulsing. At times, he was sweating profusely while holding the shield. The divine barrier was bursting with energy that could split heaven and earth. It was as if there was a whole area of the void above them. The energy anomaly was about to appear in this place that could not be manifested. After a while, he would suddenly relax and quickly wipe his face to rest. Before he could even catch his breath, the next energy explosion zone would crush his face like a convulsion. The situation here was as Siyu had guessed. First of all, the entire area was an energy explosion zone. However, there were many gaps between these zones. They could barely be considered as small safe zones. However, it was impossible to tell if there was anything abnormal with just the sight alone. They could not tell where was the safe zone and where was the energy explosion zone. They could only use the primordial energy to help identify it. When they saw where it suddenly broke, it meant that they had come into contact with the energy explosion zone. From the experience of passing by dozens of times, each safe zone should not be larger than 1,000 feet. They did not know how the battle back then was fought to make a hole in each place appropriately without affecting the whole area. They were floating in the boundless sea, being swept by the storm. They looked at the calm islands on the surface of the sea that were being slapped by the wild waves. Along the way, the 4 of them slowly moved forward. They were moving slowly towards the center of the entire area. Their speed was similar to that of a turtle crawling. Occasionally, they would take a wrong turn. They would see the primordial energy that acted as a road sign suddenly turn and point to another place like a convulsion. Then, after crossing an energy zone, the road sign would point back to the original path. He was almost going crazy. However, Maple had been calm and quiet. He was probably used to being fooled by the primordial energy. This time, he had experienced it personally. After slowly searching for a way, after spending a lot of effort, they finally came to the end. After an entire 11 hours, Feng Qinghuang whispered, "Ouch." Hui responded and continued to hold the shield up. After an entire 11 hours, they finally crossed the mountains and rivers and came to the end. After crossing the last energy explosion zone, the primordial energy spread out into thousands of traces and floated across the entire area. It was like a signal announcing that they had arrived at the end. The 4 of them heaved a sigh of relief. The primordial void was right. Everything in the center of the battle was destroyed. Not even a hair was left. Hui put down the shield and shook his sore hands. His eyes wandered around and finally locked on the direction of the thousands of primordial energy threads. He fixed on the most central place. "Maple, there. Your energy gave a response." Yun Nuoshing dispersed all the other energy threads, leaving only the road sign that gave a strange response. The surging primordial energy in his body was enough to form a defense. Hui wiped his sweat and watched as Yun Nuoshing put on hundreds of layers of primordial energy barrier. The primordial light surged. Only then did he hold the road sign tightly. He nodded at them and flew towards the end. The light of the primordial energy pointed straight ahead. Hui expanded the range of the energy by a lot. The primordial void was a place where everything was in an amorphous and chaotic state. Rules and order had not been fixed. Void and nothingness were just concepts that existed in a concept. They were energy life forms with a high concentration of order and rules. They would not be affected by this place. If an ordinary mortal body were to come here, even the primordial god would have to return to the initial state when he first tried to go to the primordial void. It was a little exaggerated, but that was the gist of it. The primordial void was a rather unfriendly place for everyone. If one did not use powerful rules and orders to bind an area, it would have the effect of weakening one's strength. With the current strength of the world of order, it was actually impossible to come across a place like the primordial void. No one liked to chisel through the primordial void. If one did not exert all kinds of energy to the extreme to destroy the primordial void, it would be very difficult to chisel out of the primordial void. As they were moving forward rapidly, Yun Nuoshing suddenly became alert. Her eyes locked onto something. Hui and the others also directly used their eyes to observe the shadow of something that suddenly appeared in the primordial void. "It's coming, it's coming. The main event is coming." Hui muttered and carefully raised the guardian shield. Maple also took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. He was now in the form of pure energy. His combat power was considered explosive. Although he had not reached the peak, he hoped that it was enough for now. Siyu fumbled for a while. Her pretty face changed slightly. I can't contact Brother I Ching and the others through soul transmission. That's normal. It would be strange if we could chat with them through this kind of barrier. Hui nodded. Don't think about it. We can only rely on ourselves to come here. You guys should be prepared. Blazing flames began to flow on Feng Qinghuang's body. She stared ahead and asked, "What is that?" "An island," Yin Nuoshing said, and then shook her head. It should be a broken planet. The shadow that appeared in the distance gradually became clearer as they gradually approached. They could basically recognize its appearance. It was an island. From the appearance, it did look like a small island floating in the primordial void. However, there were many small pieces of debris around it. There were so many of them that they almost condensed into a small asteroid belt around the small island. Obviously, a planet had been broken here. Around the small island, there were 5 huge energy rings. 3 rings carried the aura of chaos. 2 rings carried the energy of primordial void. These 5 rings were not linked at all. They slowly rotated independently and enveloped the entire small island and the asteroid belt. Their eyes passed through the layers of obstacles and landed on the small island. It had been burned by the flames of energy and flattened by an unknown energy. There was only a flat land left on the small island. At the center of the island, Yun Nuoshing and the others saw a figure. It was a young man wearing a majestic battle robe. He sat on the ground silently, just like the primordial void. He had fallen into eternal silence. Chapter 1842. The broken island floating in the primordial void and the deformed asteroid belt surrounding it. All of these existences were incompatible with the absolute nothingness and the chaotic surrounding environment. Or perhaps the broken planet itself was a projection of the complete nothingness, showing them only the side of destruction and death. On the dead planet, there was only one thing left. In the center of the planet, a young man in a majestic battle robe sat on the ground with his back straight. Together with the primordial void, he was eternally frozen and would not welcome any changes. The eternally solidified primordial void had escaped from the center of the storm. There was only endless destruction left in the surroundings. There was only a cold big stone in front of them. Only the broken remains of the planet accompanied it. This was the place where Ai Hongyun, one of the first inheritors, slept. It was the loneliest tomb in the primordial void. Ranked second, when they saw the projection, Yun Nuoshing and the others had imagined how the body of the first inheritor would look like at the end of the primordial void. When they stepped into the realm of destruction, they were already mentally prepared. But when the real scene appeared in front of them, they still felt probably a little sad. Siyu looked around. She pulled Feng Qinghuang's arm and whispered, "Do you see anything strange here?" Feng Qinghuang was startled. She quickly looked around. After a while, she confirmed that she could not find anything. She quickly shook her head and said, "No. What do you see?" "Oh, I don't see anything either. I'm just asking," Feng Qinghuang said. "Okay." The 4 of them carefully landed on the small island and slowly walked towards Ai Hongyun. Hui looked at the situation of the small island and said thoughtfully, "This broken planet carries a weak aura of order, along with the solidification of the void of source. It also solidifies at that moment. Could this planet be his home?" Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "Looking at the situation of the entire primordial void, it is very possible." They came to a spot about 10 feet away from Ai Hongyun. Yun Nuoshing looked at this scene, and her expression suddenly became a little absent-minded. Another scene suddenly appeared in her memory. It was the same darkness, and in the same lonely corner in the darkness, a person was waiting here alone, waiting for someone to come. Could this be a characteristic of the Origins system? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did she like to stay in a lonely place with the darkness as her companion? The little angel was stunned for a moment. She thought for a few seconds before coming to her senses. That day, in the dream where she touched the god's blood, the last scene was indeed very similar to what she was seeing now. She was also alone in the darkness. Perhaps it was not their original wish to be with the darkness. It was something that they had no choice but to do, turning their bodies into the nail of order, firmly nailing all the darkness in place. It seemed to be describing such a scene. Hui swayed in place for a while and stretched his neck to look at the first-generation inheritor. He whispered, "Foam." His breath is completely still, but the origin energy is still there. Did you notice? Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The origin energy that remained in AI Hongyun's body was indeed still there, but it was no longer alive. Even if he used the same kind of origin energy here to stimulate the origin energy in AI Hongyun's body, there was no reaction, as if it had fallen asleep with the passing of the person. His origin energy is light. Yun Nuashing found a kind of origin energy that was of the same origin in her own origin energy. It was a brilliant golden light, and if she kept staring at it, she seemed to be able to see the flow of light. It is related to light, the inheritor of the origins. We said light element. No, it is light. It is the concept of light. The light element is just a kind of energy in the realm of the gods, a kind of power. Although its existence already includes 70 to 80% of the concept of light, it is not complete, Yun Nuashing said, and continued to lead the group forward until they were a few meters in front of AI Hongyun. At such a close distance, they could clearly see the shape of his body. His appearance was also clearly visible, the body that belonged to the primeval heavenly god and still contained the origin energy did not change with the passage of time. Oh, even if this layer of reason was ignored, it was just that the body was in the permanently solidified void of the origin, so the body would not change under the influence of time. The premise was that one could withstand the influence of the void of the origin itself. Yun Nuashing put her palms together and gently bowed to AI Hongyun in front of her. Hui and the others saw her and bowed as well. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and said, "Farewell, buddy. I hope that in your next life you can..." Before he could finish his habitual words, he felt a strange surge of energy halfway through his sentence. The inheritor of the first generation, who had died countless years ago, suddenly opened his eyes. The origin energy also flowed because of this, as if he had never died, and was just sleeping here. A pair of golden eyes reflected the appearance of Yun Nuashing and the others. Wow. Siyu was so shocked that she shouted in the soul transmission, "The corpse has come to life." Yun Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly and carefully took a step back, pushing the other three behind her. She whispered, "AI Hongyun?" AI Hongyun looked at them quietly. Under their slightly horrified gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Finally, someone has come here. Countless years have passed, almost an eternity of waiting. You have finally come here. Come forward. I don't have much time left. I need to pass down this power of mine. If it were to dissipate with me, it would be a great loss to order. Order needs this power." As he spoke slowly, he tried to move his cross-legged body. It was as if the joints of a person who had been sitting for too long had become rusty. It took a lot of effort to move his body again. Golden light condensed in his hands and gathered in his palms, condensing into a long strip. The wriggling light seemed to be molding himself into something. However, they soon knew the answer. The golden light in AI Hongyun's hands dissipated and turned into a 2-meter-long longsword. Its entire body was forged by golden and dazzling white light. Many divine patterns and energy runes occupied half of the surface of the longsword. Their existence seemed to be creating a domain with binding power used to bind the flowing golden and dazzling white light. After all, this sword was forged with a high concentration of light and energy. Those divine patterns and energy runes were used to condense the light and energy within a certain range and solidify the appearance of the longsword. It's so bright, if you bring it out at night, it will definitely light up a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Siyu couldn't help but complain in her soul. Yin Nuoshing, this is the rhythm of light on the divine weapon ranking. Hui suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yun Nuoshing guessed when he heard about the divine weapon ranking. Now that Hui threw out a name that he had never heard of, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? No, when did the divine weapon ranking have this damn name? What damn name? Hui also looked at him strangely. This thing is called the rhythm of light. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The swords in the divine sword record didn't have names or anything like that. That's fine. There weren't any other restrictions. However, it seemed that the names of the swords in the divine sword record had changed in the future. When he was wandering around the realm of the gods in this era, he didn't really touch on the divine weapon ranking. After all, according to Jing Yun, the 12 divine swords seemed to be in the hands of the first generation of inheritors. It wasn't clear how the Nethervoid sword came to be. Oh, I've digressed. Then, the rhythm of light, right? According to its characteristics, and what was understood in the future, its name in the future should be the Shadow Lightsaber, the one ranked 9th in the divine sword record. All right, he felt that the name in front sounded better. The people in the future probably changed the name to make it easier to understand. The divine sword ranked 9th in the divine sword record. Yin Nuoshing muttered in his soul. Hui was stunned when he heard this. Ranking? When did the 12 divine swords have a ranking? Where did you get this news from? Why did the divine weapon ranking change its name? Yin Nuoshing, did the people in the future have too much time on their hands? Not only did they change the names of the divine swords because they had nothing better to do, they even ranked them. Also, it seemed that there weren't many divine weapons in this era, so there was only the divine weapon ranking. Was there a need to create a separate category for the 12 divine swords? Based on what he knew so far, the 12 divine swords might not have a ranking. After all, they were all created by the God of Origin. They were gifts that the God of Origin left for the first generation of inheritors. There shouldn't be any ranking. Conclusion: the people in the future really had nothing better to do. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. He looked up at AI Hongyun. You said that the power left for the world of order was the rhythm of light. Your sword? Yes. AI Hongyun smiled faintly. I can't wield it anymore. Let it return to its rightful place and play its role. Come forward. I'll hand it over to you. My mission is complete. Yun Nuoshing nodded silently. He gestured for the 3 of them to stay where they were. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of the first generation of inheritors. He bowed slightly and clasped his hands together. Netherworld firmament / boom. The violent, multicolored torrent of energy that was billions of miles long rumbled through the primordial void with a violent power that could make even the primordial void tremble. The surging energy impact was mixed with the wild roars of the origin energy and the annihilation energy clashing. Shock waves burst out millions of times in an instant. From afar, it looked like a giant sun had exploded, and dozens of energy rings suddenly spread out. Hui and the two girls did not expect that he would suddenly do this. The three of them were not in a stable horse stance. A light flashed in the corner of their eyes, and their entire vision turned white. The storm blew their faces a little crooked, and they almost flew out. The energy waves that made the void of the origin restless washed over them for a full 5 seconds before suddenly dissipating. The land in front of Yun Nuwashing had completely disappeared, along with the first generation of inheritors. Hui and the others were completely dumbfounded. But because of their understanding of Yun Nuwashing, they only thought that he had gone crazy for a moment. The next second, they realized that something strange might have happened. If they continued to think in this direction, that AI Hongyun, according to the nature of this matter, the primordial void, which had been frozen since ancient times, began to vibrate. It was dull, and it came from afar, crushing the place where they were. An abnormally terrifying aura suddenly descended. What was crazily dancing in the primordial void was the aura of primal chaos, the aura of annihilation energy, and this time we could say with certainty that the one who came out to cause trouble was definitely not some small thing. There seems to be rules and order here. Something is stirring up the void of the origin, causing it to change. Feng Qinghuang's beautiful eyes trembled. She could feel that the entire source domain was trembling. The explosive energy outside was also trembling. The explosive energy that contained endless destructive power was roaring crazily. The entire destroyed source domain was trembling. Come over here. The destructive energy is going to crush us. Hui shouted. He quickly called out to Maple. Guardian barrier. The golden crystallized barrier suddenly engulfed the four of them. The island beneath their feet and the fragments of the planets around them began to move restlessly as they participated in this crazy and chaotic dance. Under the influence of the primordial void, they were squeezed by an unknown force, crushed into dust, and suddenly expanded. The order energy contained within was rapidly released, forming a huge net that was condensed from order and primordial energy and just happened to engulf the four of them. The restless, destructive energy crashed into the large net of order like a violent storm. Huey's guardian barrier was only slightly affected by the energy, which startled them. The realm of order here is protecting us. We looked forward in a daze. Is it the residual energy of the origin god? Probably. No, Maple. What is going on? Is it that kind of thing? Yun Nuwashing turned to look at them and nodded. AI Hongyun's body, the energy of the chaos concept body. Have you thought of anything? The three of them remained silent for a while. They finally figured it out. They thought back to the world where Suifeng came from, where they encountered the primal chaos, origin heavenly god, obsession in the soul, suppressing ring. Since the origin heavenly god's obsession could be corroded by the primal chaos energy, then a first-generation inheritor could be corroded as well. However, the primal chaos energy was corroding the body of the first-generation inheritor. Although I had a feeling that AI Hongyun, who had turned into a seal with this body, might not be dead, and that he himself had turned into a prison guard to guard this place. However, this cage made of the destruction domain is imprisoning chaos concept bodies. We are in the middle of the cage, and they are not moving at all. Do you think that is possible? Hui was sweating profusely. All right, you're right. But, Maple, you should tell us directly next time. You scared me. By the way, what would have happened if you had walked up there? Yun Nuwashing glanced at him. I would have volunteered to join the chaos void. The three of them were speechless. That was the worst possible answer. They wanted to talk for a while more, but a crazy and dark energy that made everyone tremble suddenly swept over. They all gathered their thoughts and prepared for defense. The primordial void of infinite darkness. It should now be called the chaos void. It was the domain of chaos, and the rules and order that permeated the place were all chaos power that held the absolute upper hand. The void domain that was created with all conditions was naturally dominated by chaos, to fight a chaos concept body in the chaos void. That, was courting death. This was not the way to play the hell difficulty. This was different from encountering a clone of the chaos concept body or a shadow. This was the true body of the chaos concept body. Those damn things could fight the origin god head-on. They were one of the two most violent groups in the entire Grand Yuan realm. Don't let them manifest. Let's shoot them first. Yin Nuoxing shouted. She waved her hand and threw out billions of energy arrays. The arrays overlapped and condensed into a thick cake behind her. They arranged themselves into a huge word. The rumbling energy of order and origin made the storm that swept over here even crazier. Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang also mobilized all the energy. They held Yun Nuoxing's array and controlled it. They aimed at the scene where endless energy was condensing. When they sensed that an abnormal point had suddenly appeared in the dark chaos, they shouted together. All the energy poured out at once. Billions of energy condensed into a surging river of stars that pierced through the void and rushed toward that point. When that point sensed the energy surging toward it, a dark energy impact suddenly burst out from the center. The energy impact that contained the energy of annihilation and the energy impact of origin exploded at the moment of contact. The newly formed chaos void was shattered by the two forces of energy. The light of the explosion of energy that could not be seen clearly covered the entire void. In just a few seconds, an even more powerful destructive energy swept in from the outside and swept into the center of the storm. The destructive energy was suddenly annihilated. After all, it's a chaos concept body. Isn't it normal that we can't hit it in one move? Hui grimaced, although it was still annoying that they couldn't destroy the energy of the chaos concept body. It would be troublesome next. Maple, is there a more powerful? Hui shouted and turned around. He saw another dark energy rising from Maple's body. The annihilation energy became very excited under the stimulation of the law of chaos. It quickly and skillfully merged with the origin energy. Before Maple himself could react, he had become a walking bomb. Just the movement of the two types of energy was enough to stimulate the void. The void was so excited under the disturbance of this power that it couldn't control itself. Walking origin, chaos concept body. We couldn't help but say. His face twitched. The origin energy and annihilation energy were very excited at this moment. They were so excited that they could spontaneously release about 1% of the origin chaos concept body. The light of origin turned into a pillar of light and fell into the void. Yin Nuoxing looked over. The energy at that point in the void had finished gathering and reforming. The surging annihilation energy suddenly exploded into a dark light. The spherical energy impact shattered the void that had just condensed, and a figure slowly appeared from the exploding annihilation energy. AI Hongyun, the first-generation inheritor, had been completely taken over by the annihilation energy. The origin energy aura on his body had been suppressed to an extremely low level. Dark gray clouds wrapped around his body like flames. The order battle robe on his back had also been dyed a chaotic gray. Divine runes and energy runes had been completely taken over by the annihilation energy. It seems to be different from the clone of the origin heavenly god. We couldn't help but say. Yun Nuashing knew what he meant. The clone of the Origin Heavenly God was still using Origin energy when Annihilation energy clouded his mind. However, the body of this first-generation inheritor was completely occupied by Annihilation energy. The reaction of Origin energy was suppressed to a relatively low level. It seemed that the degree of corrosion was different. AI Hongyun slowly raised his head and stretched his hands casually, as if he was sizing up this newly acquired body. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at Yun Nua with his eyes that were filled with gray clouds. Suddenly, he chuckled without emotion. "Interesting, you are indeed very interesting. After seeing you with my own eyes, I know that you are far more interesting than they said." Hoarse and stressed, coupled with the strange syllables that seemed to be produced when the Annihilation energy vibrated, it sounded a little powerful. However, we didn't want the other party to be too powerful at this time. "I don't think this is very interesting. Why do you all stay away from me?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said. He put his hands behind his back and laughed. "That won't do. It's rare to encounter something interesting." Right. You have our power. It's so strong and so rich. It seems that it's not impossible to pry you away from the Origin Heavenly God to our side." "Interesting. Compared to when they mentioned you, you seem to have changed a lot. In such a short period of time, you have grown so much." AI Hongyun looked at his right hand and turned it over and over again. After a moment, he said, "You are much more interesting than him." It seems that we have to follow the procedure, right?" It slowly opened its arms, and dark clouds gushed out of its body like a volcanic eruption. The rich and vast manic energy almost made Hui gasp for breath. He rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, then. Let's spar a little." A battle won't be fun without some conditions." He suddenly raised his head and let out a deep and emotionless laugh. "This is a rare opportunity. I don't intend to play like they do. So, I'll give you a reminder. If you fall here, then I'll bring you back. Then, I'll let you do it yourself and destroy all the worlds of order that you love." What an ironic joke, Yun Nuashing's face was as calm as water. The billions of magic circles that were on standby behind him turned their cores at the same time and aimed at AI Hongyun. Myriad creation void, chaos falling stars. Billions of energy light pillars suddenly collapsed towards that point. Endless streams of light, and a sea of light all gathered at that point. It was like a waterfall of stars falling into a black hole. The energy storm that erupted suddenly drowned the entire void. That person's figure was instantly drowned. It was also at this moment that there was another surge of energy that was similarly surging and majestic in the void of chaos. That was the power of the Origin. Myriad creation void, Origin casting stars. The light of inception turned into a pure gold and wildly expanded. In just a few seconds, it encompassed the entire region of the void. The edges of the light of inception also became blurry due to the expansion, and when it reached a distance, it became a light curtain that descended from the sky. The surging Origin energy madly gathered within the curtain of light as huge suns slowly appeared. They were all highly concentrated energy aggregations that filled the void and condensed into a sea of light. The void was really bright. The light of the Origin energy was everywhere. The void that was enveloped by the light of primordial suddenly cracked open. Tens of millions of cracks bloomed in every corner, tearing to a width of hundreds of meters and thousands of meters. Energy towers that were hundreds of meters tall appeared from the cracks and entered the void. The moment they entered, the Origin energy was raised to an extremely high level, almost able to counteract the effects of the chaotic void. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I'm here to reinforce you. Chaos concept body, is it? Come, come. The 60 million energy towers here are ready. New energy towers are also being prepared. You there, help me open the door a little wider. The laws of this place are too distorted. Hurry up and set up the energy towers. Looking at the twinkling stars and energy towers that filled the sky, and then listening to the noisy voices that rang out through the soul transmission, we suddenly relaxed a little and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The void was really F** King Bright. Chapter 1843. He did not know how to describe the scene in front of him. It was the most violent, the second most violent battle scene he had ever seen in his life of more than 10 eras. The void was filled with stars made of order and origin energy. The continuous sea of energy was surging and violent, forcefully pushing back the rules of the environment and the rules of the chaotic void. It was as if the sky had fallen and was pushed back in the entire Yuan realm. Only those two groups of people could do this. He had never thought that Maple could display such power when he was angry. The power of the original light mixed with the origin energy and the annihilation energy. Now, all that was left was to display the rules, order, and energy form. I Ching did not know if this level of power could suppress the chaos concept body. Even if he could not kill it, he could at least injure it and let them see some hope. TSK. Maple would probably laugh at him if he heard that. Lord Hui, all the arrangements have been completed. The remaining energy towers will be left outside to carry out the final orders on our behalf, I Ching said quickly. He turned to look at the area sealed by the realm of order, which was already flooded with endless energy. Every flash was an explosion of energy at the level of creation. It was unknown whether it was caused by Lord Feng or the chaotic concept bodies. We tried to suppress the rules of this place, but we failed. The environment of the void is imprinted with the imprint of the chaotic void. Just like how the order of the void is unable to break through the bottom line to change order, the rules of this place cannot be changed into order rules. Even if we use the realm of order to suppress it, the rules of this place cannot be changed into order rules. This is the place set up by the chaos concept body. We can't change it, so let's not bother about it. Compared to that, let's focus on the attack in front of us. Hui nodded and pointed to the front. Tens of millions of order energies surged into the sealed area like a reverse ocean. The momentum was really like a sea crashing into the area. The sound of rolling waves could be heard in the void. The realm of order was already filled with energy, turning into a huge sphere. It looked like a colorful sun from here, and they were standing in front of the sun to watch the rolling waves on its surface. The truth was very much like that. Every energy explosion caused by the fight between Maple and the chaos concept body was like an explosion inside the sun. It was just that the former's movements were absolutely exaggerated, so big that it could overturn the sky. Their reinforcements outside would probably be wiped out when they fell into it. Sir Hui, don't we need to go in and provide support? I Ching blurted out subconsciously. He couldn't help but spit it out. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Looking at the young man's appearance, Hui shrugged. You saw it too. Look at the scene in front. If you plunge into the front, I'm afraid you'll die in an instant. Those are the representatives of the two biggest violent maniacs in the void. Let's not get involved, lest we do bad things with good intentions. At this time, Hui frowned and sighed. There's no way. Phew, I also want to go in and help Feng, but to be honest, at this time, my shield is useless except for being a hindrance to Feng. He really wanted to go in and help, but the attacks here were really unbearable without origin energy. If he went in and rolled around, he would probably be able to roll into the reincarnation road. It's just that. Siyu's pretty face was full of worry. She looked at the area in front of her. The colorful energy was like a layer of storm that kept spinning in front of them, occupying the entire void. It was gorgeous, but it was extremely dangerous. That was an area that they couldn't explore. It was an area that they still couldn't set foot in. If they blindly stepped in because of worry, they would just be courting death. I'm a little worried. Little Star, between him and it, who has a higher chance of winning? We trembled. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Forget it. Don't say any more. Siyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her jade-like hands were tightly clasped together. Actually, this answer didn't even need to be asked. This was an answer that was buried in one's heart. No one wanted to face or believe the answer. It was an unavoidable fact. Their opponent was a chaos concept body. In the past, they might have only faced their shadows or clones, but now that it had appeared here, they could basically confirm that it was passed down from the mythological era. In the 36th and 37th eras, it had been banished here along with AI Hongyun's void domain. After more than a dozen eras, the first generation of inheritors had long since passed away, leaving only a malignant tumor here. Then, their group of intruders unsurprisingly encountered it that was hibernating here. In the present day, where the heavenly god of origins had passed away, no one, not a single being of order, would be a match for the chaos concept body. There were various reasons why they could escape from their hands in the first few encounters, but this encounter, they were done for. This time, the chaos concept body was very interested in Maple, so much so that it would not hesitate to abduct him directly. He had every reason to believe that the chaos concept body would definitely do its best this time. Maple! We stared at the colorful energy wall that could not be crossed and sighed deeply. You mustn't go overboard. The explosion of the annihilation energy blasted a huge hole in the sea of order energy that drowned the domain. Dark energy shockwaves set off monstrous waves in the distance. In the hole, two figures crossed each other before circling back in the next instant, wielding a great sword and a long sword that were similarly exuding extreme destructive power. They clashed fiercely as they crossed each other, bursting with the energy of order and chaos madly devouring each other. The released energy blasted on both sides, but only one figure was blown away. The energy of the sea of order surged and blasted out a shockwave to catch the figure that was blown away. Tens of thousands of light of energy gushed out from the sea of energy, charging out together with his figure as if a general was leading his own army to the front lines. Interesting, but not enough. The golden light flashed, but with a power that was completely different in nature. It drew an arc and cut down his army. It looked at the figure that was rushing over with the light of origin. It raised the rhythm of light in its hand pretentiously and fought with Yun Nuoshing, who was pouncing on it again. Boom! The netherworld ruins, sword in its hand, fiercely smashed onto the rhythm of light. The energy that exploded in the void caused the sea of energy, which had yet to close in, to be pushed far away once again. In the distant void, there was even a sun of order that was extinguished and fell into the sea of energy, setting off a huge amount of energy that was released into the sea of order. Wanxiang stars! The sea of energy that had just surged didn't retain that strand of energy for long before it suddenly exploded under the urging of a command. The sea of energy condensed nearly a third of the enormous energy, turning into a pillar of energy that could shatter the void and burst out. Don't tell me you're even going to. It was stunned by this attack that seemed to destroy everything indiscriminately. From Yun Nuoshing's dual-colored eyes, it saw a touch of madness and recklessness. It couldn't help but chuckle softly. The arm that was holding the rhythm of light used all its strength to fiercely throw Yun Nuoshing, who was trying to entangle it in place, away. When it raised its hand and was about to order an attack, it was suddenly attracted by a sound. A series of sounds of chains surging exploded in the void. In a short period of time, all of the chains were wrapped around AI Hongyun. The surging origin energy and annihilation energy burst out at the same time, binding itself to AI Hongyun like a long nail. A silver-black aura suddenly burst out as well. AI Hongyun looked at the silver-black aura that spread over its body in an instant and was slightly surprised. Its gaze suddenly shifted to Yun Nuwashing, who had a crazy grin on her face. It couldn't help but squint its eyes. All of the actions that it wanted to do became a futile struggle under the influence of this aura. Interesting. Transverse, clouds. Let this monstrous sea of energy become the grave that will bury you. After stabilizing her body, Yun Nuwashing took advantage of the moment when AI Hongyun was trapped by the sins of the world to draw her bow and arrow. In the void, she raised the gigantic longbow that was 100,000 miles long. The power of order surged like a storm, converging into a black hole at the tip of her finger. Countless energy in the sea of energy also crashed into the black hole with a crazy momentum. In just a moment, the energy arrow condensed and took form. Dozens of energy halos burst out and broke through the void. The vast destructive energy directly reloaded on AI Hongyun. With AI Hongyun as the center, the two energy streams arrived unexpectedly and unleashed a frenzied burst of energy. However, that was not the end of it. The amalgamation of order energy that was floating in all directions around the sea of energy dimmed at that moment. Only the core of the amalgamation of order energy was still emitting a surging light of energy. With a sudden pulsation, it was as if its body had suddenly expanded. Its dimmed body instantly returned to normal. In an instant, thousands of dense energy streams erupted from all over the void and gathered in the storm, causing the already frenzied and chaotic storm to become even more frenzied. Looking from afar, one could only see an energy storm that seemed to be holding up the void. Yun Nuwashing's figure quickly retreated to avoid the damage caused by her own attack. At this moment, his body was wrapped in the energy of annihilation, and he would not be any better off if he took the impact of her order energy head-on. Even if Yun Nuwashing knew that his opponent was a chaos concept body, he could not unleash his origin energy to its limits. If he used his order form to clash with it, he would not be able to cause much damage to the chaos concept body. However, if he used his other order form, he could resist a portion of the chaos concept body's attack. To put it simply, he could not kill AI Hongyun in his order form, but if he used his chaos order form, he could prevent AI Hongyun from being too agitated and insta-killed. Now, he could only thank himself for coming into contact with the energy of annihilation early, allowing him to possess another order form. Using the origin energy in his chaos order form would more or less decrease in power, and vice versa. However, Yun Nuwashing could not do anything about it. If his opponent was so powerful that he could insta-kill him, he had to at least ensure that he was alive before he could give his opponent a good beating. In terms of form, he would give him a good beating, but in terms of effect, he would just have to take it seriously. Therefore, even if he knew that he could not defeat AI Hongyun, he still danced around like a clown, like, phew, there was nothing he could do even if he could not win. He could not just sit and wait for death. Could he? Escape? He did think about it, but this place was its domain. He was only using the full power of the original light, and there were hundreds of high-concentration energy aggregations hanging outside, unleashing the power of order to resist the influence of the chaos domain on them. However, that did not mean that it could not counter their power of order. It was still in the state of a cat toying with a mouse. Is that all you've got? A deep, cold laugh came from the storm. A golden light, mixed with the energy of annihilation, shone through the thick storm, illuminating the void. After a brief moment, the storm that stood in the void suddenly shuddered. The surging energy of annihilation appeared in his senses, and in just a brief moment, the attack that he had unleashed with all his power was disintegrated. Even if the attack was dispelled quickly enough, the center of the void where the attack was focused had been completely destroyed once again. The existence of the primordial void had caused the void domain to become quite restless. AI Hongyun's figure walked out of the primordial void, releasing dark clouds. He was holding the rhythm of light in his hand, which was now tainted with the presence of the energy of annihilation. The attack should be effective. It has begun to use its own power, the little angel whispered. She, Frost, and Little Purple Soul were assisting him in the spiritual world. This was the only thing that they could do now. The effect is not great. I can't find the upper and lower limits of their recovery speed at all. Even if I inflict damage now, it won't have much effect. Yin Nuashing shook her head slightly. Most of the power that she was using now was AI Hongyun's own power, probably because she had possessed AI Hongyun's body. For example, the attack that she had just used and the rhythm of light that she was holding were all AI Hongyun's own power. It was only now that she was slowly releasing the energy of annihilation. They were both energy life forms. Oh, no, they should not be the energy life forms that he knew and understood. They might be of the same category, but of a higher level. The dregs and wreckage of the Yuan world were left behind by the life forms of order. They were traces left behind by the wantonly changing the void. She put her hands behind her back, and the rhythm of light floated beside her. As she moved forward, the rhythm of light slowly rotated around her. It slowly stopped 10,000 feet in front of Yin Nuashing and raised a pair of dark eyes to look at him. I didn't expect you to use this kind of thing to deal with. Ah, right. I heard from her that you have a rather interesting thing, but I didn't expect. He. Yin Nuashing frowned. Different life forms had different names for the sins of the world. The Altar Guardian called it the origin of destruction. He said that it was the sins of the world. However, the chaotic concept body called it the dregs and wreckage of the Yuan world. The name of an object usually contained its own characteristics. Even if it was only a part of it, there must be some profound meaning behind it. The language of sin used the energy impact of the collision between the energy of annihilation and the sins of the world. It could bind the individual that belonged to the order of chaos for a short period of time. Similarly, using the power of order could affect the life form that used the power of order. This thing was actually quite useful, but it would be even better if it did not cause him to suffer from the pain of the backlash when using it. He felt that there was no need to explain what the sins of the world was. As for the effects of using this thing, well, just look at what Quarter Moon was forced to do back then. What, you're not going to fight anymore? I've always heard them talking about you, as if there's something special in the world that's worth paying attention to. To think that I was looking forward to it, apart from being a little surprised at first sight. I didn't expect it to be of this level. AI Hongyun spread his hands and let out a hollow laugh as if he was mocking. Not as fun as those slippery fellows. At least, they're still worth toying with. Although you're close to the level of origin, you're still very different from them. You have a form, but no soul. Boring. Forget it. You're not as fun as I imagined. If that's the case, I'll just kill you. The void suddenly darkened. The light that the amalgamation of the energy of order and the sea of energy shone on this place faded. The impenetrable sea of energy seemed to have sensed something and retreated slightly. The amalgamation of energy that hung in the void suddenly retreated collectively and sank into the sea of energy, allowing their light to shine through the sea of energy and sprinkling a curtain of light that was formed by the convergence of billions of light rays in the void. The sudden movement made it slightly stunned. It subconsciously looked for Yun Nuoxing's figure. Its sweeping gaze finally fixed on the storm right in front of it. There was a point of energy that was absorbing all the energy in the void without any scruples. It gathered the energy of origin, the energy of annihilation, the sins of the world, and the light of the beginning. The storm that was stirred up by a bunch of mixtures was brilliant, as if the entire De Yuan realm had been rubbed into it. The movement of the storm gathering only lasted for a while. In the turbulence of the monstrous energy, a little colorful starlight suddenly appeared. It was the color of the amalgamation of order and chaos. When the energy storm was released, it had already caused the void to riot together. Looking at the storm that suddenly appeared in front of it, it could not help but squint its eyes. Its palm could not help but hold the rhythm of light. This action made it feel a little unbelievable. It actually felt fear in an instant, or shock. This is very similar to their aura, origin, the power of origin, the power that has lost its restraints. Boom. The gathering storm stopped spinning and exploded in an instant. The loud noise that shook the void caused the sea of energy that enveloped the void to churn up huge waves. It was as if a star had been born in a nebula, dispersing the dust clouds. The colorful light bloomed, announcing to the entire world the arrival of a new star. Accompanied by this energy boom, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared from the void once again. Two wide pairs of cloud wings extended from her shoulder blades, flying up and down along with the surging energy of origin and annihilation. The place where the mark of origin should have been on her body was now surging with the aura of two types of order. Her body, which was forged from pure energy, order, and rule power, was being pulled out along with the flow of energy. Streams of energy that extended 1 or 2 meters out of her body were being pulled out along with the flow of energy. She looked like a hedgehog. The divine pattern of the heavenly god of destruction had been switched from her forehead to her palm. The nether void sword in her hand was also occupied by the red and black energy of destruction. It became even more demonic, and an abnormally terrifying aura emanated from it. Ugh, Ai Hongyun frowned fiercely. The aura that overflowed from her body was the true aura of origin. And the others. She couldn't help but recall the scenes that had happened countless years ago. She didn't know what had happened back then, but she didn't even notice that her grip on the rhythm of light tightened and the annihilation energy became even more restless. Is that so? So that's what the who of the De Yuan realm meant. No, the origin doesn't have such an aura, nor is it an existence similar to us. Humph, interesting. What are you? Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and looked into her eyes that shone with the colorful luster of origin. Her eyes seemed to contain something else, and even Ai Hongyun was stunned. You're asking me what I am? She gently waved the Netheruan sword in her hand, and the entire void seemed to move along with her movements. I'd like to ask someone else what I am, if you're planning to watch. Yun Nuoxing raised the Netheruan sword and pointed it forward. Ai Hongyun instantly felt as if he was being watched by dozens of origin heavenly gods, and her hair stood on end. Then I won't hold back. This is the domain of origin. The Netheruan sword, which carried a tremendous amount of energy, stabbed into the void, and the sudden burst of origin energy made it seem as if hundreds of suns had exploded. Dozens of energy halos spread out in all directions and pressed against the surface of the sea of energy, shrinking the area that was trapped in the void once again. The domain constructed by the completely liberated origin energy seemed to release an impact force that was as if two regions of the void had perished together. Everything in the world was flung out in one breath, and wherever the brilliant light shone, many things seemed to be flung out at the same time. Yun Nuoshing didn't see clearly what those blurry lights and shadows in the void were, but AI Hongyun's reaction was real. He saw that AI Hongyun had retreated a distance in an instant. Annihilation energy surged, and the rhythm of light in his hand released a monstrous amount of annihilation energy. Clouds of chaos also appeared around AI Hongyun's body, and it seemed that AI Hongyun had entered a defensive state. Yun Nuoshing pulled out the Netheruan sword, and while AI Hongyun was still in a defensive state and the domain was still self-perfecting, she suddenly dashed out. With the force of a thunderbolt, she appeared in front of AI Hongyun in an instant, and the Netheruan sword in her hand slammed down with all the origin energy. Looking at the Netheruan sword that smashed the void into primordial chaos, AI Hongyun's expression changed slightly. It wasn't worried about Yun Nuoshing's attack, but the origin energy. Damn it, the body it had possessed belonged to an inheritor of origin. Under such circumstances, being heavily injured by the fully liberated origin energy would cause it considerable damage. But if it were to abandon this body, tisk! It smacked its lips, and the primordial chaos clouds burst forth to protect it from the impact of the origin energy. It raised the rhythm of light in its hand and met the Netheruan sword head-on. A storm of order bloomed with the two people at the center, and the void where the explosion occurred collapsed once again. Primordial void. Yun Nuoshing waved her arm, and hundreds of chains entangled with origin energy pierced into the primordial void in a flash. Unparalleled energy poured into the primordial void, condensing into an energy array that was millions of miles wide. A soft cry came from Yun Nuoshing's throat, and he pulled the chain with his hand and smashed it forward with all his might, smashing the array forward like a brick. The magic circle that shattered the void, and the void pressed at the two of them with the aura of a meteorite, sensing the power of origin that was approaching rapidly again. AI Hongyun's face turned gloomy again. He gritted his teeth, and the surging clouds of chaos spread out in the void. From the surging clouds of chaos, countless soldiers of chaos rushed out. They were the soldiers of chaos in black cloaks. So, it's you. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when she saw the group of black-cloaked soldiers. She suddenly seemed to understand that AI Hongyun's nagging was not as manic and crazy as the other chaos concept bodies. It was calmer, and if one had to say that it had no emotions, it was actually a kind of emotion. In addition, it seemed to have a special interest in the underworld, and it was weaker than the chaos specter he saw on the cloud continent. All these signs pointed to the fact that AI Hongyun was more like a human than the other two chaos concept bodies he saw. As expected, it had installed a brain, so it took away part of its combat power. Could it be that there were strong and weak chaos concept bodies inside, just like the primordial heavenly gods? While the two people were crushing each other, two white clouds were quietly rolling in the center of the pseudo-origin domain that was still surging and forming. Chapter 1844. The turbulent void had an even more turbulent sea of energy as the background. Without looking at the center of the battlefield, just looking at the billion-mile-high waves of the sea and the twinkling stars in the sea, one could already feel the extent of the explosion in the center of the battlefield. It was really a face-to-face collision. The two sides, who should have been fighting in the boundless void, were squeezed in a corner, closed the door tightly, and then slapped each other. Look at the storm-like origin energy, the huge magic circle, and the energy torrent that burst out tens of thousands of times in a breath. On the other hand, look at the energy of chaos, The vast clouds of chaos covered the sky, and the sun, blocking the light of the origin energy. The soldiers of chaos that gushed out of the black fog were like bombs, automatically looking for the extremely powerful origin energy and rushing to die together with it. In addition, tens of thousands of smoke columns condensed by the clouds of chaos appeared in the rolling clouds of chaos, forcibly holding up the magic circle that smashed with the power of creation. The two who were at the center of the battlefield did not move much from the beginning and had been in the center of the violent explosion. The origin energy released by the magic circle that contained the breath of the void of origin made AI Honyun quite wary. Seeing that it could not avoid it and did not hesitate to use a large number of cannon fodders to intercept it, it was probably to the extent of death. Yun Nuoshing saw this, but he could not make use of it. He did not know what happened between the void of origin and the origin energy. He only knew that there was such a situation, but he did not know the cause and effect. It was not something that could be done by simply mixing the two breaths together. Now, he did not have the time to delve into what the abnormality was and could only use more attacks. As long as he launched enough attacks and fast enough, some of the tens of thousands of attacks per second would become the power that AI Honyun feared. Then, this part of the attacks would be all intercepted. Furthermore, it wasn't a good idea for him to keep fighting head-on against AI Honyun. Even if the chaotic concept body was a weaker model, it wasn't something that he could defeat easily. It was just that he was struggling bitterly. But now he had no way out. Retreating, escaping, and taking a break were all unrealistic, even if he just slightly reduced the momentum of his attacks. Phew, just this thought alone made him feel as though he could already see himself being pierced by the rhythm of light. This time, it wasn't the same Chaos Spectre that had teased him on the Cloud Continent. The Chaos Spectre in front of him was extremely hostile, and this hostility had been increasing since the beginning. How much longer can you hold on? 20 minutes at most. Little Angel replied softly. Her pretty face was full of heaviness. Using rule, order, energy form, without any prior preparation would cause too much damage to himself. Also, the duration would be greatly reduced. She estimated that he wouldn't be able to last as long as the last time when he had a good beating with the Chaos Spectre. Oh, maybe I was being too confident. It wasn't that he wouldn't be able to last until his form collapsed. He might not even be able to last until the next minute. The place where the two people were fighting was the center of the entire battlefield. It was like the point of contact between two worlds. Countless amounts of wasted energy would be thrown out from this point and fall into the sea of energy. They would be converted into the power of order by the domain of order. Through the condensation and compression of thousands of energy aggregates, they would be transformed into attacks of order that would surge out again. The entire void was filled with a rain of order energy. Every raindrop was a powerful attack of order energy. Looking at this vast and mighty attack that seemed to have trapped AI Honyun in a corner, only Yun Nuoshing, who was risking his life to fight against AI Honyun, knew that AI Honyun was still calmly watching all of his attacks. At first, AI Honyun was startled by the strange origin energy attack. But now, AI Honyun had already recovered from the shock and was steadily launching his attacks. He was cooperating with Yun Nuoshing's attacks to defend, counterattack, and clash head-on with AI Honyun. AI Honyun was playing around. Boom, boom. The boundless impact of order continued to expand the area where the void was sunk. The origin of void was about to occupy the entire battlefield once again. It was also at this time that AI Honyun's eyes suddenly surged with a touch of gray. A strong chaos impact suddenly exploded from AI Honyun's body, causing Yun Nuoshing's attack to freeze for a moment. Caught off guard, AI Hongyun was sent flying. At the same time, all of the order energy on the battlefield exploded. The void was filled with traces of energy fireworks. I take back what I said earlier. You're not that powerful, but the way you use your power is very interesting. The chaos clouds on AI Hongyun body began to surge even more violently. The dark clouds that spread out for close to 100,000 miles were rolled into a huge vortex under the influence of a powerful force. The order energy that was still exploding fell into the vortex, but it only added a little bit of energy. It did not even have any color. The gushing annihilation energy condensed into a cloud ball and wrapped AI Hongyun in it. Yun Nuoshing could feel that the void was being affected. Not only did it turn into the inner void of the battlefield, it also affected the outer void of the realm of order. Hui and the others who were guarding the outer void were stunned. The invisible impact that suddenly swept across the battlefield was like a strong will that suddenly descended. It caused the energy towers that Hui and the others had set up to flicker for a moment. A series of mournful screams of order energy were heard. 40% of the energy towers exploded with a bang. The gorgeous fireworks that bloomed shocked everyone. Phone, what's going on? What's going on? You're not dead, are you? Although I'm not dead yet, I think it's about time. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Couldn't this guy be more tactful? Are you guys outside affected? Hui nodded. He scanned the void that was blooming with gorgeous fireworks and said in a low voice, 40% of the energy towers have been destroyed. Only the thousands of origin energy towers in the inner circle and the sun that you're hanging on are safe and sound. This is troublesome. There will be loopholes in the blockade, defense, and attack. Little Qing, do you guys have any backup plans? Something at the level of a lunatic. The more the better. No more. This time, we've really taken out all our trump cards. I Ching quickly shook his head. One after another, he left energy towers outside and left layers of defense. At this time, there was no defensive power that could be taken out on the main battlefield. At this time, they were still speeding up the production of energy towers in batches with the help of magic circles. Some of the energy towers had just been taken out, but before they could even fire a shot, they had already exploded into fireworks on the spot. It was beautiful to look at, but it was a little troublesome. This phone, what's going on in there? What's going on? Yun Nuoshing pulled the magic circle and retreated tens of thousands of meters away. The chaotic cloud in front of her had condensed, but it didn't seem to reduce at all. In just a short minute, the chaotic cloud ball that it had formed was already stronger than before. It was stronger by a great Yuan realm's level. Anyway, it's very bad. Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly shouted through the soul transmission, "Don't wait anymore. Hurry up and destroy this void. Peel it off. Peel it off from the void. Keep sinking into the bottom of the void. Hurry!" Boom, boom, boom. Hui, I Ching, and the others didn't say anything and triggered the energy towers and magic circles that they had left in the outer void. In an instant, the inner void vibrated violently. They saw that the void lit up with bright and colorful energy traces, forming a huge circle and ball shape. When the entire void was destroyed by the energy, it was also wrapped into a ball by the power of order, cutting off the boundary. The inner and outer void were separated at the same time. The ball of void quickly disappeared from the void and sank into the deep void and nothingness. Guardian Realm. Hui heavily smashed the large shield into the void in front of him. Once again, he displayed his premier realm and stuck close to the boundary of the Order realm. After doing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Phone!" There was no response. They were still talking just now, But in just a few seconds, the voice disappeared. This made his heart thump. Hey, phone, don't joke with me. Hurry up and say something. There was only silence in the soul communication. This time, Hui understood what had happened. He stared at the barrier in front of him and clenched his fists. There were a few times when he couldn't help but want to rush in. However, before Feng gave the order, he couldn't act recklessly. Here it comes again. See you suddenly whispered, startling Hui and Feng Qinghuang. She suddenly walked forward and placed her hand on the barrier. Mei Mao said gloomily, "It was the same 5 years ago. We couldn't do anything. It was just a thin layer of wall, but it felt as if it was separated by a few layers of the primordial realm. It was so far away that it couldn't be touched." Hui was stunned. 5 years ago, when Feng performed minor Turbulence of the Void. That day, that's right, the scene now was very similar to that day. A long time had passed, and a lot had changed. Hui had become a mid-level premier from a beginner to a mid-level premier. He could barely be considered as a mid-level premier. The two girls had also entered the premier realm. However, some things had never changed and couldn't be changed. At this most critical moment, without exception, they all became bystanders. Damn it! Hui punched the void, fiercely. The chaotic storm that swept across the primordial void suppressed the turbulence of the sea of energy. The chaotic cloud ball in the center of the storm sent out an extremely strong energy wave. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what was happening inside. He only knew that Feng Qinghuang was definitely holding back and magnifying it. Moreover, it was a very fatal move for him. The problem now was boom, boom, boom. The energy of the sea of energy of order was almost depleted by him. Hui said that 40% of the energy towers had been destroyed. Well, he felt it. The energy of order had been weakened in all aspects. The speed of gathering, compressing, and attacking had all decreased by more than 10 times. However, he was still desperately mobilizing all the energy. He even mobilized the highly concentrated energy aggregates to crash into the chaotic storm. The energy aggregates, which were larger in size, crashed into the chaotic storm that was only 1/100th of its size. On the contrary, they were torn into pieces. The scattered energy of order flowed along the storm and scattered all over the void. Seeing this, Huey's face twitched violently. This bastard couldn't hit him while he was channeling. He wasn't someone who would sit and wait for his enemy to slowly launch an attack. If Feng Qinghuang paused for even half a second, he would smash a Milky Way rain on Feng Qinghuang's face. No matter what attack Feng Qinghuang intended to use, it would be fine as long as he didn't let Feng Qinghuang use it. But this, well, it's over. He couldn't stop AI Hongyun from doing what he was doing. The chaotic storm that suddenly collapsed made Yun Nuoxing come back to his senses. He locked his gaze in front of him and caught an extremely dangerous aura. AI Hongyun, who walked out of the storm, no longer had a trace of the light of order on his body. The rhythm of light in his hand might be better called rhythm of chaos now. The dark energy that was dancing wildly on its body was affecting all the power of order in the primordial void across the void. You won't be able to maintain this state for long. I can see that. Your courage is praiseworthy. Very interesting. I'm going to use all my strength. You mustn't disappoint me. The destructive energy that suddenly broke through the void carried with it an aura of madness that could erode everything in the world. The madness only swept past, but Yun Nuoxing felt the light of his god's soul dimming a little. The primordial light that illuminated the void was actually shaken by the explosion of this aura. Chaos erosion, annihilation of all things. AI Hongyun suddenly roared, and thousands of patterns that looked like words appeared on his body. The rhythm of light in his hand heavily smashed into the patterns formed by the chaotic characters. The chaotic energy that suddenly burst out, and tens of thousands of ferocious and twisted marks bloomed in the primordial void. It was as if the earth and the void were being torn apart. The collapsing chaotic energy eroded the primordial void, and in this state, the order and rules that belonged to chaos were imprinted in this region. The violent storm that rushed toward Yun Nuoxing's face made him retreat dozens of steps. He struggled to stabilize his body, which almost flew out. He looked at the huge chaos crack and chaotic characters that were engraved in the primordial void. He clenched his teeth and smacked his lips. The pervasive sense of danger made him feel a little gloomy. At the same time, the 147 types of origin energy in his god's soul bloomed with an unprecedentedly intense light. After he was completely familiar with them, they had not shown such an intense reaction in the past few eras. Even when they were fighting just now, they did not show such an intense reaction. Until now, this was the state when the chaotic concept body released all its power. It was enough for the origin energy to break free from his control and act according to their will. The ball of light at his heart uncontrollably shone with an abnormally bright light. Lines of energy suddenly extended from where it shone. It was the mark of origin and the divine pattern that belonged to the heavenly god of origin. It was definitely a divine pattern. It had the same presence as the divine pattern of destruction that was branded on his palm. The mark of origin and the divine pattern of origin spread. His body also uncontrollably erupted with a storm that was almost as violent as the mark of origin. The sweeping storm of origin helped him resist the chaotic energy that was attacking him. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. In the storm, cracks appeared on his body along with the spreading mark of origin and the divine pattern, allowing him to recover from his madness for an instant. His heart was filled with bitterness. Even if the law, order, and energy form could theoretically carry unlimited energy and withstand the surge of endless energy, it could not withstand the commotion caused by the 147 types of origin energy going berserk at the same time. It made sense. After all, he was only at the peak of origin. Even if his law, order, and energy were pulled to a height that did not belong to his current level through various methods, they could not directly withstand the rampaging of the 147 types of origin energy. Origin, the power of origin. Directly receiving the protection of origin. Seeing Yun Nuoxing release the origin energy uncontrollably, AI Hong Yun could not help but let out a low chuckle. He watched as his body crumbled, watched as he calmly accepted his state of near collapse, and turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. The body of a mortal carrying the origin energy is a disaster, not a blessing. Moreover, you are carrying their power and ours. Even if your body is abnormal, your abnormality is not enough to suppress this disaster. Even so, you still calmly accepted all of this. Because I have no choice. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. From the beginning to the end, I have no choice at all. Is that so? Is that so? AI Hong Yun murmured. The moment his voice fell, the two figures that were looking at each other across the void suddenly disappeared. In an instant, they abruptly appeared in front of each other. The nether void sword that was entangled with the 147 types of origin energy and the rhythm of light fiercely smashed into each other. The silent explosion of energy was extremely violent as it wantonly spread across the void of origin. The energy storm of order and the energy storm of chaos collided violently. Even if a strand of energy scattered from the explosion landed far away, it was enough to take root in other places, turning into another storm that stood tall in the void of origin. Countless energies that were thrown out devoured the other. not stopping until it was dead. The two behemoths rampaged across the void of origin. The laws of order and the laws of chaos were constantly being born and destroyed in an instant. In the instant their eyes met, billions of energy blasted on each other's body. The explosive energy that was constantly exploding blasted both sides away. The two people that were tainted with each other's aura roared furiously and stopped their bodies from retreating. They charged forward and clashed countless times in a short instant. The energy phenomenon of wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning swept across the void of origin endlessly and exploded, as if it was reflecting the scene of billions of worlds in the void of origin being destroyed. Origin, after another fierce clash, Yin Nuoshing fiercely slashed away the aura of chaos that entangled him. His right hand gripped the nether void sword tightly and was about to gather energy to unleash that attack when the excruciating pain that came from the depths of his soul twisted his pretty face. He took the time to glance at his body in an instant. The blossoming energy cracks had already spread from his arm to the tip of his fingers. The rest of his body had been completely covered by the cracks. The collapse was slowly spreading to the final area, to his face. In the distant void, a figure that was mixed with extremely violent annihilation energy, accompanied by an earth-shattering impact, seemed to be charging towards him with the entire great primordial realm. The crack that spread in the primordial chaos was like a claw that was filled with evil, and the characters of the primordial chaos were also swept by the impact and rushed towards him. Yun Nuoshing fiercely gritted his teeth and gathered all the energy that he crazily released into the nether void sword. The cracks on his body also instantly spread from his neck to half of his face because of this reckless action. Seeing this, the little angel was so scared that her face turned pale. She was about to completely release her soul, but Frost was one step ahead of her. She turned herself into pure energy and lit up the light of origin, illuminating the entire soul world. Origin, chaos, a desperate roar, accompanied by an energy scream that seemed to have been released from the origin of the primordial realm, suddenly bloomed. The impact of the two shocking energies that were enough to annihilate the primordial realm quickly dyed everything in the domain white. Whether it was the origin energy or the annihilation energy, at this moment, only a vast expanse of whiteness was left. The storm was like a painter's graffiti, with only simple lines left. One's senses and sight could not capture any changes in the collision of energies. I am the observer of the realm of the gods, even if I have to shatter all of my rules, imprints, all. I will pour everything I have into this attack. You want to shatter yourself along with the rules of your structure. Seeing this, AI Honyun also revealed a trace of a crazy smile. At this moment, he finally had the feeling he had when he first saw the chaos concept body. Good, very good. Come, bet everything you and I have. I'll bet the entire void territory. Stay here. Rest here with me forever. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment, but this was actually not right. They were already standing at the top of the world, and the power of time was completely useless to them. The solidification and stillness at this moment was just an illusion. They felt that everything had slowed down. It was the influence of another force that made them come to a standstill together. In the void of origin, there were two white clouds surging. They were the abnormal points of this scene that had completely faded. They were also pure white, but they were able to let people know of their existence. Yun Nuoshing and AI Honyun both turned their gazes over at this moment, and both people widened their eyes. The white clouds were approaching them, slowly surging. Under their gazes, they extended and turned into two human figures. Just from their appearance alone, They should be a man and a woman. When Yun Nuoxing saw the two clouds, her eyes revealed some confusion. She seemed to have seen this appearance somewhere before. Where was it? She was confused, and her brain seemed to be not working well. She had even forgotten the action of completely shattering the rules of her structure. Origin, Origin, it's you. AI Hong Yun's expression changed drastically, and she suddenly understood something. Your power has been left here with him from the very beginning. Yun Nuoxing's gaze trembled slightly, and she almost threw away the sword in her hand when she heard this. The reason why she did not throw it away was because the moment she threw it away, she might drown in the chaotic energy in front of her. Her strong desire to live made her press down on her trembling hand at this moment. Now that she looked at the two white figures again, she suddenly realized, aren't these two bastards the two bastards who dug out my heart in the endless palace? It seems that being forced to unleash power to the extreme will indeed affect the brain. Two pale streaks of energy suddenly burst out from the hands of the two heavenly gods of origin, piercing into the middle of the two people who were still fighting with all their might. They forcibly stopped Yun Nuoxing and AI Honyun from fighting head-on without any regard for their lives, and dispersed the energy that was enough to destroy the primordial realm. One of the streaks of energy turned into a long whip that wrapped around her body, dragging her away from the center of the battlefield. When Yun Nuoxing was being dragged away, her eyes, which were still staring ahead, saw the scene of the origin energy blooming. Billions of streaks of energy and billions of origin energy weapons were scattered all over the void like fireworks. They were all pointed at AI Honyun in unison, and the might of the heavenly gods of origin swept through the void wantonly. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. The chaotic concept body that was fighting with him to the death was finally being watched by someone who should be its opponent. It should be time to take a breather. Chapter 1845. The following battle had nothing to do with him. He became a bystander as he watched the two heavenly gods of origin beat up AI Honyun. It was truly a shocking scene. Ghosts and gods no longer existed. No, their existence was equivalent to the ghosts and gods themselves. At this moment, it was the ghosts and gods fighting, and mortals retreating. The battle in front of him was much more intense than he had imagined. It was a head-on collision of pure energy and strength. It was similar to the battle between the heavenly gods of origin and the chaotic concept body. The two of them were equivalent to the void, and they were a level higher than the void. The power and energy they used were equivalent to the power of the world itself. No, that was not what he meant. He wanted to say that there was a greater than sign between them and the void. They were the truth. One represented the truth of the void of order, and even the void of order was created by them. The other side was the chaotic void itself. When the two sides fought, it was equivalent to the great Yuan realm beating itself up. At asterisk, percent at asterisk, and his mind was in a mess. In short, the scene of their battle was more than 80% unrecognizable. He had become a complete bystander, but he still had to maintain the state of burning himself. When the heavenly gods of origin dealt with him, they obviously did not have time to care about him. They just left a circle on him. God knew if the circle was reliable or not. He still had to maintain his defense, in case he was slapped into the path of reincarnation by an innocent torrent of energy passing by. How are you? Are you okay? The caring voice of the little angel quietly echoed in his soul. Yun Nuoxing subconsciously responded, I'm fine. Are you guys okay? After saying that, he looked down at his body. It was full of holes, which did not seem to be the truth. This was simply, he did not know what it was. At this moment, his body was like a piece of glass. Broken cracks had covered the entire surface of his body. It was the kind of situation that people would subconsciously stay away from when they saw him. He looked like this now. He was in tatters, and the cracks were full of broken energy. Although he was suppressing the rampaging energy bit by bit, he could not make himself look better. The little angel knew that he was just responding subconsciously. To him, as long as he was not dead, there was no problem, even if he had been tortured to the brink of death. What problem can we have? Oh, that's true. Yun Nuoshing pressed his head and shook it a little. Suddenly, he felt a very warm presence in his soul. It was like a net that caught his falling soul, but it did not seem to be the presence of the little angel. The energy in my soul is schwang schwangs. She tilted her head and looked at the sun that was so dazzling that it was hard to look at it directly. She sighed and said, "At that time, I shouldn't have been able to hold you back with just my soul. Shuang Shuang might have known about it and pulled your soul that almost collapsed before I did. Didn't you notice that your attack was a little different?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said, "At that time, I didn't have so much free time to pay attention to other things. If he had not released the origin of chaos, he would have been dead. If he had released it by force, there was a chance that he would have died a little later. There was no need to explain what to do. However, he realized later that he should have collapsed quickly after releasing the origin of chaos, but he was still holding on. It turned out that the ice sculpture of the little girl was keeping him alive. The energy, life, and soul of the origin of life were very warm, as if he had been thrown into a warm sea. His whole body was wrapped in a soft and comfortable aura. He floated in the air, but also seemed to be sinking into the sea bit by bit. He could not help but remember that there was once a person shaking his head to get rid of the memory. Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh of relief and looked ahead. The battle between the heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept body had ended. There was no suspense. The energy in the void had reached the most intense and violent level as the battle ended. The two heavenly gods of origin used the rope of the origin of life to tie Ai Hongyan up in the void. The power and rules of the origin of life tightly entangled the dark clouds on his body. The latter just looked at it all quietly, its slightly lowered eyes even containing a bit of coldness and sizing up. It was probably talking about its mood at the moment. Really? Boring guy. It let out a cold and indifferent laugh. It tried to exert force with both hands, causing the origin of life to tremble slightly, and a piece of the dark clouds on its body was peeled off. "Since you care so much about this little guy, I'll return him to you. But don't think that you can protect him forever. They don't know and think that you are still showing off in the void of order. But we know very well." Ai Hongyun let out a mocking laugh. Lonely ghosts, struggling at death's door by relying on the fragments in the void, thinking that you can leave everything to protect the void of order. You can't do anything. You can't protect anything. The void, the great Yuan realm, will eventually return to the most primitive state. That is our domain. There is no place for order. It doesn't exist. Nothing exists. It suddenly turned its head, and its gaze landed on Yun Nuoshing, who was far away from it. The latter was stunned by its gaze. "One day, we will personally take down the things that you still treasure. When that time comes, we will let him destroy this great origin realm on our behalf." I will wait for that day. I will wait for that day. I will enjoy this kind of irony. The dark clouds on Ai Hongyun's body were completely destroyed in an instant. Like broken crystals, they shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the void of origin. Not only that, Ai Hongyun's body also collapsed along with the chaotic concept body that had been eroding it for a long time. It turned into dust and disintegrated on the spot, and it dissipated bit by bit with the wind of energy. It's over. It's over. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. She was too relaxed, and fatigue surged into her soul. She could not help but raise her head and shake it left and right as the chaotic concept body dissipated. The extremely malicious presence in the void of origin also disappeared. The remaining chaotic energy immediately gave up resisting, and the origin of life that was still surging surged forward and devoured it completely. It's not over, but it's over for now. Yun Nuoshing, who was shaking her head, suddenly froze when she heard this voice. After a few seconds, her neck made a strange creaking sound as she turned around. In the void beside her, a young man in a majestic battle robe suddenly appeared. Seeing her turn around, the latter smiled and said, "Hello, successor of the heavenly destruction god." Yun Nuoshing wiped her forehead, her face covered in sweat. "Why are all of you? Didn't she only get excited for 2 or 3 days? Why do all of you seem to know that I'm supposed to appear in the future?" "Oh, I've only heard of you before. I heard that a successor of the heavenly destruction god would appear in the future, but I just confirmed that it was you not long ago." AI Hongyan shrugged with his hands behind his back. Yun Nuoshing came to a sudden realization. She had just fought with the person in front of her, so it was not strange that he knew about her. Oh, speaking of which, this fellow was suppressed by the chaotic concept body, but there was still a part of her soul left. Also, because the heavenly destruction god is surrounded by a group of eminent gods, news of your appearance basically means that all of the eminent gods know about it. Since they know about it, it means that all of the first-generation successors know about it. As for the others, due to various reasons, they probably don't know about it completely. Yun Nuoshing. All right, no matter if it was an ordinary person or a heavenly origin god, there would always be some people around who just wanted to watch the show. Yun Nuoshing looked at AI Hongyun, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She was currently in a mentally disabled state, so she quickly said whatever came to her mind. "You just said that it's over for now. You mean, oh, this chaotic concept body isn't dead yet?" "Of course. How could they possibly die?" AI Hongyun nodded and said solemnly, "They are the chaotic void itself, and their existence is equivalent to the concept of the chaotic void being indestructible. They will not dissipate and will only be exiled. As you can see right now, it has been scattered, but it still remains here, still remains here, still remains." AI Hongyun slowly pulled up his sleeve, and dark energy patterns spread out from his left palm along his arm. Yun Nuoshing's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. She could more or less imagine that these dark patterns were all over AI Hongyun's body. They were the traces and evidence that the chaotic concept body had once. No, they were the traces and evidence that it had left behind. There's no way to deal with it. That's basically impossible. Ha ha. Borrowing the power of the 2 remaining gods, they barely managed to bind it here. Oh, I forgot. This place is actually binding 2 chaos concept bodies, one of which had been exiled many years ago and hasn't shown any signs of climbing back up yet. AI Hongyun raised his hand and pointed to a distant corner in the void. Yun Nuoshing looked over and vaguely felt he couldn't feel anything in the void. At this moment, not only was he mentally disabled, he was also crippled. It was all thanks to Shuang that he could float here without collapsing. It was impossible for him to do anything else. Suppressing them here is already the limit, unless the avatars of the 2 venerables personally come. Unfortunately, what you see is only a portion of the power left behind by the 2 venerables, but it's enough to deal with it. After all, you've already weakened it. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Weakened? Phew. All right, I'll treat it as me weakening it. Still, I have to tell you, that it's not just the power they left behind. Those are their fragments, and they would definitely torment my fragments later. AI Hongyun exclaimed. No, it's nothing, I'm just rambling. Yin Nuoshing's face twitched and he waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. How many first-generation heirs are there? AI Hongyun's expression changed slightly, and his tone became a little subtle. A total of 15, 15, including me. All of them should be considered dead. Yin Nuoshing. It was within his expectations, but it was also within his expectations, but it was not the answer he wanted to hear. Moreover, it might not be as simple as just being dead. Just take a look at me, and you'll know. AI Hongyun shrugged and smiled helplessly. At the time, we were fighting alongside the gods. Phew, let's not waste time. Simply put, some of us should be trapped with the chaos concept body. I can only confirm 8 of us, and 9 including myself have fallen. As for the remaining 6, they should have perished along with the gods if nothing unexpected happened. Even if not, they would have at least changed their form of existence and remain in this world, perhaps waiting for something. Yin Nuoshing blinked. You learned about it from it. I only know part of it, but not much. I know that the gods are dead, and perhaps some unimportant details. Apart from that, there's no way to learn more. The first-generation inheritor nodded. Since he had fused with the chaotic concept body, he would naturally know some things. It could use his power, and he could also learn some things from it. However, he would only know a little. Sighing, he turned to look at the void of origins where the rumbling of energies was still emanating. That battle happened in the 37th era in my domain, an important node that guards a corner of the void. At the time, a chaos concept form was dragging 2 gods to this place, and when the battle reached its peak, something happened in the center of the void of origins, an order. The chaos concept form left at once, along with the 2 heavenly gods of origins. However, the other 2 chaos concept form returned not long after they left, probably intending to take down the node I was guarding. Once it was lost, a hole would be torn in the net of origins and order, allowing the chaos concept form to enter every world behind it. Moreover, in a single day, they could erode an entire world group, reducing it to the power of chaos. At that time, nodes would often shatter, with large areas of void and worlds of order falling into the hands of chaos, turning them into domains of chaos. The net of order and chaos was probably a powerful defense against the chaos concept bodies and chaos power, and was probably of a different type from the void frontlines they had set up. So, those 2 chaos concept bodies slipped away to lure the heavenly gods of Primordial away. I believe that they must have turned around on a whim. Their thoughts are harder to guess. AI Hongyun shrugged. This place really couldn't hold out against 8 chaos concept bodies all at once. Yin Nuoshing was speechless. What a fellow! 8 chaos concept bodies came to a small border of the upper realm, and 2 of them stayed behind to take down the place. When the node was on the verge of collapse, I used the power left behind by Her Eminence to tear the entire void region that this node guarded from the void. This was to prevent them from using the power of this node to directly affect the dozen or so nodes that were connected to it, banishing it to the edge of the void of order. Then I used all the power of thousands of origin temples to destroy one of the chaos concept bodies, allowing another to successfully possess it. While I was beating myself up, I first used the power of origin to suppress the rampaging chaos energy and chaos soldiers in the void region, sealing myself in the final domain and throwing out the key. Once the external battle was over, they would naturally come looking for me. Yin Nuoshing came to a sudden realization. So, the strange soldiers of chaos in this void domain that seem to be hibernating are all because, It's probably because I was suppressed by the chaos concept bodies, and the arrangements I left in the void region have been removed bit by bit. They're about to get up and move around. There were also some things that he could more or less fill in on himself, as well as things that did not need to be verified. Still, to be on the safe side, Yun Nuashing mentioned the bits and pieces he saw in the void region. Like I said, if it could borrow my power, it could naturally use my own hands to destroy everything in the void region. It destroyed everything related to origin in this void region. But fortunately, it did not completely destroy the arrangements I left behind, or you probably wouldn't have found this place. As for the void region, well, I've heard Her Eminence mention a possibility. Although it's a little hard to understand, I'll explain it with my own understanding. In a sealed void region with complete rules, if the void of origin is tainted by both origin energy and chaos energy, and if the void of origin occupies a large enough conceptual component, it could reshape the void region. That's roughly what it means, and what you're seeing now should be the reshaped void region. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. It seemed that AI Hongyun had a hard time defeating a chaos concept body all those years ago, and at least half of the void region had sunk. As for the infighting among the chaos soldiers, half of it should be the underworld, TSK, those rats, and the other half should be me. It hasn't completely killed me and seized power from me, and occasionally it can't control it well. Amidst the rumbling of the void, there seemed to be faint energy still surging. AI Hongyun looked at the void of origin that had yet to close, narrowed his eyes slightly, and waved his hand to gather the light in his hand. The rhythm of light appeared once again. He looked at the old partner that had accompanied him for countless years and sighed deeply. He reached out and stroked the binding light, his face full of emotions. "I'll leave it to you." Yun Nuashing recovered from his daze, and when he turned his head, he saw a light flying around his left hand that was full of cracks. He was stunned for a moment, and when he calmed down, he found that it was a small sword forged from light, and immediately understood something. "You can't use it?" "Yeah, I can't use it." AI Hongyun nodded and sighed. "The world of order. I learned from them that the world of order is still in chaos, and it seems to be caused by the underworld. Sigh, I really shouldn't have let them go back then. I should have kept them even at the risk of a third of the realm of order collapsing." The bitter consequences of that time. After sighing, he shook his head and pressed his palm on his forehead, looking at the black pattern on his arm, and sighed again. "Unless the gods come here personally, I can't leave this place. I need to stay here and continue suppressing the chaos concept bodies. Even if the two of them have dissipated, they are not completely gone. I have to continue guarding here until—" Yun Nuashing looked at his expression and subconsciously said, "Until the world of order ushers in a day of true peace, until someone can help you strip the chaos concept bodies from your body?" AI Hongyun looked at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. "You also think that the heavenly god of origin and the others will return?" "Of course. The chaos concept bodies can do sit-ups in the void, hovering between life and death. It's impossible that the gods can't return." AI Hongyun nodded again. "It's just that if they don't return now, there might be some other arrangements or other considerations." His words made Yun Nuashing inexplicably think of the words she had recorded, as well as the words they had said when they were communicating. Her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps they really don't plan to come back. After all, I heard her mention something similar in the unseen world. AI Hongyun was silent for a long time, and after a few minutes, he sighed and waved his hand. "Phew, if you don't mention it, we won't be able to figure out what the gods want to do, nor can we guess. We can only do our own thing." Right." He suddenly laughed and teased. "If the gods can't make it in time, remember to come and save me when you reach this level one day. I don't want to sleep in this godforsaken place with this blob of ink until the end of time. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched, and she pressed her cracked hand and nodded. If there's a day, if you can wait. That's it for now. We might stay here for a while and help you clean up the dregs in your domain. No, you should leave now. AI Hongyun's tone suddenly became urgent, startling Yun Nuoxing. She turned around in surprise, and her vision was filled with white light. She watched as AI Hongyun's origin energy wrapped around him, watched as AI Hongyun waved at her, and heard his last words. Take care, heirs of the heavenly god of destruction. The void of order is in your hands. Right. The things you're using are quite interesting. Interesting. Lend them to me. Also, I don't have time to say too much. Be careful of the void of order. There's a deep darkness hidden in the void of order. But that was in the past. I don't know what it is now. That was the cause of the Great War back then. The sound of flashing lights rang in her ears several times. When the white light faded, Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses and turned around. He felt that he had returned to the lower realm, back to the position before he entered the void domain. That guy hasn't finished speaking. Isn't this forcing me to my death? While he was in a daze, a wave of energy appeared in the void. Rays of white light bloomed, and a dozen figures were spat out. The group of people was also stunned when they landed in the void. When they looked around, they were even more confused. We caught sight of Maple's figure at a glance and hurriedly rushed over. Maple, when everyone heard this shout, they turned around and walked over. Then, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This appearance full of cracks and scars, Hui was so anxious that he became agitated. You're cracked. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu hurriedly used their own energy to press down the cracks that were bursting with energy. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, I think I can still be saved. But my IQ is not very good right now. So don't rush to save me. I have something to tell you first. Hurry up and stay alert. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly told everyone everything that he had heard from AI Hongyun. He looked at everyone and said in a low voice, Are you sure you remember everything? Hui and the others nodded hard. Their faces were twisted and ferocious. What the hell is this? There's too much information, Yun Nuoxing nodded. Okay, then, see you later. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing's figure suddenly disappeared. He turned into a solid ball of light and fell into Feng Qinghuang's hand. Everyone looked at the ball of light and raised their heads. This guy is so injured that he's about to collapse. How can he say that it's not serious? He can still insist on finishing his words. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it. Don't bother about this idiot. Throw him into the Origin Sanctuary. He'll recover in a few days. Probably. Chapter 1846. Clouds and mist surged, and the sea of clouds seemed to be hidden from sight. The overlapping mountain ranges were the scenery around the continent. As for the sky above, the blue sky was not covered by the thick layers of clouds. Sunlight danced in the sky, sprinkling rainbow-colored light onto the empty sky like transparent ribbons dancing in the wind, but it did not block the view of the blue sky. Yun Nuoxing had complained about this place a few times. It was like being locked in a steamer, and there was no lid above the head because it had been lifted. He knew that it would sound better to say that it was the eye of a typhoon, but ugh, those floating rays, and ribbons really made him feel very out of place. It was like being locked in a steamer, and when the lid was lifted, the steam would rush out. Under the blue sky, within the white clouds, there was a huge floating island continent. This was a continent that did not have much life. The bright sun and the emerald green forests all over the continent did not make it look lively. There was always a low and mellow murmur that quietly sounded in a certain space. After a while, it would feel bored and disperse, and it would come again in another place, and it would never stop. In a huge manor near the White Palace in the center, there was a table and chairs in the open space. In front of the chair was a steeped tea. There were a total of 3 cups, but only one person was sitting there quietly. She was leaning against the back of the chair, slightly raising her head to look at the wall of clouds in the distance. Her gaze would occasionally chase after the ribbons that were dancing in the sky. She looked bored and lifeless. "Don't you want to go and have a look at other places?" A white figure that looked like a young girl slowly walked over and sat down beside her. She took a sip of tea and looked at her quietly. Remodeling can't find the original feeling. It's just repairing the scars of the past. However, the more deliberately you try to hide it, the more obvious the scars and pain that remain in the memory will be. She picked up the teacup and looked at it for a few seconds. Then she tipped the teacup and poured the water on the ground. The tiny drops of water fell on the ground and quickly turned into a long, light green river that was several meters wide. It extended toward the 2 ends of the manor. After passing through the manor, one end of the river extended toward the mountains, while the other end of the river passed through the forest for a while and split into 3 equally wide rivers that continued to flow forward. The girl looked at her appearance and sighed in her heart. She shook her head and was about to stand up when she suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Why are you free to come here today?" She arranged the teacups, took out a tea set, and placed it on the table. After pouring a cup of tea, she raised her head. A few meters in front of the 2 of them, white clouds rolled and condensed, turning into 2 white figures. The female figure on the left was wrapped in a faint silver light, while the male figure on the right looked somewhat heroic and majestic. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. I just came back from a small stroll outside, so I came to tell you about the situation." The heroic and majestic male heavenly god of origin scratched his head and smiled. He sat down on a chair and picked up the teacup. "What tea?" "I don't know," she said calmly, and took a sip of tea. "You'll be fine, as long as you don't drink it to death." "How long has it been outside?" "Well, from the information that Xiao AI obtained from them, it was already the 56th era when your little inheritor came into contact with us." The man gulped down a mouthful of tea and let out a long sigh. "That's fast. Only a few days have passed here, right? It's impossible to calculate time without the timeline. However, I can sense that some time has passed. In normal circumstances, 211 days have passed since this space was reshaped. A meaningless number," she said calmly. The reshaped space here was free from the control of time, and the concept of time did not exist at all. To them, time was meaningless. Well, that was not entirely true. Compared to the outside world, the first day that this space was born was the day that it was reshaped. In other words, it corresponded to 5 eras ago in the outside world. During this period, he had come here once or twice, and seemed to have come into contact with the fragments that they left in their relics. However, he did not confirm the time with them, so he did not know what was going on in the outside world. "The last time I came here, it was only a few dozen days ago. 2 or 3 eras have passed in the outside world." The girl sighed softly. Their connection with the outside world could only be triggered by coming into contact with the fragments that they left in the void. Perhaps the little fellow would come in for a stroll, or perhaps an old friend would go out for a stroll, and then come back here again. The tea table suddenly fell silent. The girl and the 2 heavenly gods of origin held their teacups and looked at her at the same time. They could not help but mutter in their hearts as they watched her drink cup after cup of tea without any other reaction for a long time. When the three of them could not hold it in any longer, she finally put down her teacup and said calmly, "How is he?" That fellow finally asked. The three of them laughed bitterly in their hearts. The man cleared his throat and said, "He's fine for now. However, he has been targeted by the chaos." Well, the first two times he was targeted, but this time he could be considered to have been forcefully attacked. However, the little fellow resisted for a while, and Xiao AI took the opportunity to destroy him. In the future, the two of them will continue to sleep in that damned place for quite a long time. Oh, when we were called over, the little fellow was already on the verge of collapsing. That tragic appearance was truly frightening. Damn it, I couldn't bear to look at it. Even I couldn't bear to look at it. Unfortunately, we don't have enough fragments, so we can't heal him or anything. The girl tilted her head to look at him and frowned as she said in a strange tone, "Aren't you the dream god?" His injuries were all inflicted on himself, or perhaps they were caused by him being unable to control our overly powerful powers. It shouldn't be too difficult to heal him with a mere dream, right? The man suddenly fell silent. Just like her, he picked up his teacup and drank again and again. He repeated this several times, and when she felt that it was a little strange, he slowly put down his teacup and scratched his head. Dreams don't work on that little fellow, unless we use an even greater power to forcefully execute them. We won't be able to affect him. But we don't have enough fragments. I just said that. Dreams don't work. The girl rested her chin on her hand. Are you trying to say that he's a person who doesn't dream? He doesn't even have the deep, subconscious thought that can be classified as a dream? That's not necessarily the case. It's just that little fellow. The man shook his head with a bitter smile. His dreams are very frightening. All of the beautiful dreams in this world are just tragic situations that he uses to stimulate himself to return to reality. The better the dreams are, the more fragmented his reality is. He can't piece them back together at all. It's a completely shattered dream that can't be realized or touched. Beautiful dreams are cruel things to him. That's why the small amount of power I have is useless. That little fellow won't feel comfortable in his dreams. It'll only... The man crushed the ball of energy in his hand, and the ball of energy exploded, telling them the result. It'll make him even more rotten. The tea table fell silent again. A few minutes later, she put down her teacup and spoke again. What else? What else happened? This time, the female heavenly origin god raised her head and spoke. Your weapon is in his hands. Her hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly. The obvious degree of trembling made the three of them slightly surprised. While they were surprised, they hurriedly recorded it in their hearts. Number of surprises increased by 1. This was something that wouldn't happen in dozens of epics. No, even in 100 or 200 epics. Someone was actually surprised. She had always been indifferent. Even when her family's little inheritor was ravaged here and there, she didn't have much of an emotional reaction. They didn't expect her to be slightly affected when she heard this. Su Ming, she murmured softly. Then she lowered her head and fell silent again. Their souls are silent, and so is the rhythm of light. The other weapons that were left for the first generation are all silent. Some of them might have been destroyed by the power of chaos. The woman said softly, "That's not surprising. Of the first batch of children, 2 went crazy, 2 had their souls severed in the great Yuan realm, 1 went missing, and 1 lost his soul and turned into a mortal to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The other 9 are all suppressing the conceptual bodies of chaos in the void." The man sighed and scratched his head. It's a pity. I thought quite highly of those children. Oh, I remember that one of them is your family's inheritor, right? The woman suddenly turned her head. Where is she? Oh, the one who went missing. In the 38th epoch, when she came with me to provide emergency support to a node in the upper plane, she was sucked into the gap caused by the collapse of the primordial realm. She disappeared without a trace, and we couldn't find her even after an epoch. At this moment, she suddenly stood up. The three of them turned to look at her curiously. They were curious to see what she was going to do. When they saw her sit down again, she said indifferently, "Is there a way to cut off his connection with Su Ming?" The woman shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, it has already completely merged with his soul. I tried once at that moment. The woman was slightly stunned. How could the Su Ming sword? Indeed, but I don't know the details, the woman said solemnly. The woman said in a solemn tone, "The godly power of arms told me that his connection with the Su Ming is already firm and unshakable. Moreover, it will never be shaken. The Su Ming is even using his godly soul and godly power to slowly repair itself. The other minor inheritors don't have such a firm and domineering connection with their weapons. This can be seen from the fact that Xiao AI was able to give him the rhythm of light. Oh, if you don't want to, there is a way to forcefully destroy it. The Su Ming might be damaged once because of this, but it's not that. I don't want to." Her voice sounded a little dazed. The three of them shrunk their heads when they heard this. They looked at each other and made a mental note at the same time. A new record. She was stupid, so we don't need to pay attention to it. The woman confirmed again. After all, the Su Ming's origin was created with a third of your soul. It's normal that you don't want others to touch it, even if it's your family's minor inheritor. But no, that's not the problem. She shook her head and sighed softly. The Su Ming itself has the ability to destroy all things. To the wielder of the sword, it is a kind of whipping and destruction. It will only lead to destruction, just like my divine right. They immediately understood. That little guy was already very unlucky. Not only would he step on landmines wherever he went, but his karmic connection with her had been activated. The heavenly destruction, God's divine right, and divinity had started to come alive bit by bit. Without her guidance and guidance, this process would take a very, very long time. It would take much longer than the first generation's minor inheritors to receive the inheritance. Originally, the inheritance was his biggest test. Now, there was a special situation, and it had suddenly become a super strengthened version. Now, the Su Ming was added to it. It seemed like it wasn't just that. In addition to her divine right and divinity, the power of them and the other old friends were also in his soul. Would that little guy be able to handle it? Oh, but maybe it won't affect him. She suddenly relaxed her tense body. An unprecedented level of firmness? That sounds like good news. Maybe there will be a different situation. It's hard to say. We haven't seen anything like it before. The man took a few sips of tea and let out a long sigh as he gazed at the blue sky. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet. Right, I think I just confirmed a piece of good news. The three of them raised their heads to look at this handsome and majestic man, using their eyes to ask him. He chuckled sinisterly as he suddenly started to keep them in suspense. When the young woman saw this, she immediately stood up and picked up a chair. The woman raised her hands and surrounded him with dozens of weapons. Hey, stop. If you want a divine, right, I'll just say it. The dream god laughed bitterly as he raised his hands in surrender. After the two of them sat down, he coughed dryly and lowered his voice as he said mysteriously, "There's still someone alive." The air seemed to freeze, and the fluttering ribbons in the sky froze in place. Even the sun in the blue sky dimmed slightly, as if it had been frightened by the atmosphere. The woman was the first to react. How did you know? Both of our fragments were activated at the same time. How did you know something that even I didn't know? Oh, about that. Consider it an accident. He spread his hands and said, didn't Xiao AI and the chaos concept entity fight? When Xiao AI used our power, I used his consciousness to meet the chaos concept entity that had yet to disperse. I saw some of the things that it saw before. Not much, probably something that happened recently. That child created a void frontline in the Order Void to fight against the underworld. You know about it, right? The young woman rolled her eyes. Please hurry up and get to the core content. The core content is something that happened 5 eras ago. Those bastards from the underworld used their power to distort the Horn of Order that we gave them. They used the Horn of Order to strengthen the power of chaos. The Horn of Chaos that was tainted with the power of chaos should have traveled through all layers of the void, bypassing all blockades and affecting the Order Void. However, it was stopped. As for who stopped it, it obviously couldn't see it as it was barely observing the Order Void from a distance. However, judging from the current situation of the Order Void, those who could directly affect the Void frontline without showing themselves, ahem. The woman and the young woman nodded in realization, their white silhouettes flickering slightly as if delighted. If that's the case, that's great news. If they're still alive, then they're definitely alive. Her voice silenced the trio who were just excited. It was a voice of judgment, a result, and an answer amidst the strange atmosphere. The man awkwardly sat back on his chair and scratched his head. Well, if I think about it carefully, it seems that that's what she said. He was still thinking that if they were still alive, he would have the little one look for them. That way, the crisis of the Order realm would be easily resolved. However, even if his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very painful. The young woman turned the teacup in her hand and sighed. Then, both sides are keeping each other in check, wary of each other, neither of them showing themselves. Not exactly. She shook her head. Before the final moment arrived, I had used the binding of origins to destroy their laws, divine authority, and divinity's adaptability to the laws of the greater primordial realm. The laws of the greater primordial realm would not allow them to show themselves. It was a seal and a restriction. That was the situation at that time. Even if time had flown for dozens of eras, they would not have the ability to tear apart my seals so quickly. However, they would not be content with being alone. Even if they were trapped in their own prison, they would still come out and do some tricks. Ah, is that so? Seems like I can string the situation together. The young woman patted her arm and said helplessly, "Speak clearly. Don't be the only one having an epiphany. I'm talking about the underworld." The three of them were stunned for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, they leaned back in realization. The young woman could not help but ask, "So, they were the ones who instigated the underworld to attack the Order realm. Then what is their goal?" "The first is to finish what they did not do back then. The second—" She paused and looked into the distance. Although she was blocked by the sea of clouds, she did not need to cross the sea of clouds to see what she wanted to see. "The realm of the gods." The man rubbed his cheeks and pressed his head as if he was having a headache. All right. The realm of the gods again. Back then, we were just making a small island for retirement. We wanted to raise a little one to enjoy the scenery. Why are there so many things that we want? TSK? Fine. It's because we were the ones who created it. But what are they thinking about in the realm of the gods? There were only a few things in the void that were worth their attention. In fact, there was no need to ask to know that they were going for the realm of the gods. After all, that was what happened back then. I don't know for now. After all, there are too many things in the realm of the gods. She shook her head. However, whether it is them or the underworld, it would not be easy for them to break free from their exile and set foot in the realm of the gods again. Perhaps they are confident in something troublesome. The three of them could not help but smile bitterly. Troublesome, it was indeed troublesome. Troublesome. From the beginning to the end. Sigh. However, no matter how troublesome it was all because they were a bunch of irresponsible and unreliable people who fell on the battlefield too early. They were gone more than 10 eras ago. In the end, they did not accomplish anything. Then, why are they not coming out? The woman spread her hands. If the other group is sealed and restrained by you, why are they not coming out? Assisting in suppressing them. In the time that we are gone, they could have broken the seal by themselves. It would just take a little more time. Since they are still unable to move, it is possible that they are controlling each other. They are delaying each other's movements and suppressing each other's movements. It is as if they never appeared in the void. And if they are allowed to go to the realm of the gods and obtain something, their seal would probably be broken. Hearing that, the man understood the relationship between them and slapped his forehead in realization. Those bastards can't come out and do whatever they want, but they can find some time to go to the underworld and nag at the Lord of the Underworld until he goes crazy. After that, they can attack the world of order on behalf of them, all the way to the realm of the gods. After that, they can release the bastard who instigated them. The world of order is done for. F***CK. In the end, it is still the end of the world. He stood up and threw the cup away. He couldn't help but curse. It's over, it's over, it's over again. They forcefully extended their lives for more than 360 eras. After that, they let the life forms of order extend their lives for more than 10 eras. Could it be that they are still going to die in the end? Why aren't they dead in the end? It is obvious that the power of the concept body of chaos is protecting them. She also sighed. She could not even drink her tea anymore. Holding her chin with her hand, she said faintly, "We can only see if he can turn the tide. The outcome of the war in this world will depend on the power of order led by that child, and the power of chaos led by the underworld. The outcome of both sides will determine the future of the void of order. If he wins, the void of order will continue. If the underworld wins, the chaos will reign. They may be released prematurely. If they are released, the concept bodies of chaos will also break free from their eternal seals one by one. The hard work of 300 to 400 eras will all be for naught. The game is over, and we will have to start all over again." She paused for a moment. Of course, starting all over again will take a very long time. So long that we don't even know when we will be able to start all over again. Perhaps it will take a few hundred eras or a few thousand eras. Perhaps we will not have the chance to do so. I don't think that ending will be fun. The man's expression quickly flickered. He slammed the table and stood up. "That won't do. I have to think of a way to make your little inheritor be more vigilant." The girl replied, "Don't worry. You won't have the chance." Uffed. When the dream god heard this, he placed his hands on his hips and shook his head nonchalantly. "You seem to have forgotten about our divine authority. Even though normal dreams won't work on that brat, something special should work, right?" The three of them watched as the dream god ran out and returned in less than 5 minutes. His entire body was dimmed by half, and he looked rather listless. He walked to the side of the table and looked at the three of them. He sighed deeply. "Oh, it's useless. What did I say?" The young woman shrugged. "Let's just leave the realm of order to them." She put down her teacup and raised her head to let out a long sigh. We are just wandering souls in this world. Using all kinds of methods to influence the reality of our existence is a ridiculous and comical joke. We have already done our best for 300 eras, although that was not the best result, and was not perfect. Since we are unable to influence everything for now, let's just let this world continue on slowly and let the situation in the Deyuan realm take off for a while. If there is another chance for us to appear in the distant future, let's wait until then. Chapter 1847. In the dim dream, he seemed to have heard someone's whisper. The fragmented language seemed to be telling something about the distant past. He knew that it would happen after touching their fragments. Although he had not heard it for 2 or 3 eras, he was not unfamiliar with it. It was just that this time he could not make out what they were saying. Perhaps his consciousness had been too deeply asleep. It was already fortunate that he could still move his consciousness and not completely collapse after turning himself into such a ghastly state. Or did he think too highly of himself? On the other hand, the way he dealt with special events along the way was rather thrilling each time. What he did each time was very similar. He destroyed himself again and again, twisting his body and turning the rules into meaningless symbols. Only by doing so could he have a way to resolve the special events that he had to resolve in a short time. Even the ending was almost always the end without exception. He should leave after finishing his one-man show. It was very appropriate and did not delay for even a second. However, no matter how special he was, no matter how he forced himself to walk down the special path, he could not shatter the framework that trapped him. It was dragging him down by force, and he could not break free. The further he walked, the heavier the shackles on his body would become. They were as heavy as mountains, so heavy that they could compress the void. When he finally reached the true end one day, and could no longer find any way to move forward, perhaps the accumulated weight would crush him to death. In fact, special did not necessarily mean good. Special meant that many things and situations he encountered were special. There was no one around him like him, and he could not learn from the path that others took, nor could he comprehend the ordinary of others. His path was pitch black from the start. It was a single plank bridge over a bottomless abyss. It was full of cracks and could not be affected by too much external force. To put it in a distorted way, special meant loneliness. He could not get support from others. Even if he crashed into a dead end, there would be no one to pull him up. He could only rely on himself to build a path in the darkness and keep walking. There was no one in front of him and no one behind him. That was all. It didn't matter. He would wait until he reached the end of this distorted frame. He would think about it then. Since his consciousness had already awakened, there was no need for him to laze around in bed anymore. He had to hurry up and get up. There were still many things that he needed to take care of, and who knew how many days had passed. Hopefully, we wouldn't yell at him to drag him out the moment he opened his eyes. This fellow had suddenly dragged him out twice, and both times it had ended with the appearance of the primal chaos concept body and his eternal sleep. Was this fellow a prophet? After muttering to himself for a while, he opened his eyes. His vision swayed for 2 seconds before coming into focus. In front of him was the familiar room of the Origin Temple. This place had become his personal room. Ever since the Origin Temple had been moved here, he had been the only one to lie in it. "You're awake." The voice of the little angel quietly sounded in Yun Nuoshing's soul. It had the healing effect of waking people up after returning from a daze. Yun Nuoshing immediately became much more awake. How many days have I been lying in bed?" "Not that long, just 1,000 years. Yun Nuoshing. Well, actually, I've been lying in bed for 121 days, according to the time in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. He thought that 1,000 years had really passed in the blink of an eye. He thought that even if he had almost broken himself into pieces, he wouldn't have been lying in bed for 1,000 years. During this period, Jingyun and Suifeng came to see you and gave you an emergency tidy-up. Otherwise, I heard that you would have been lying in bed for 10,000 years. The little angel heard his muttering and immediately replied, "That's serious?" Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead in distress and couldn't help but sigh. "It's not that I can't understand. Phew, after all, when all the origin energy went berserk, the power released was enough to fight the primal chaos concept body head-on. It's normal that this body couldn't take it." Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered something and jumped out of bed. He pressed his hands against his body and groped around. "Those things of mine, there's no problem. There's no consumption." The little angel softly comforted him. "You should be glad that you didn't instinctively use them on impulse." Yun Nuashing pulled his hair and played dumb. After preparing for so long, if he accidentally used those things to deal with the primal chaos concept body, TSK, that would really be a loss. He would rather die and return to the spiritual temple for a while than use those things at that time. "Well, I won't go out now that you're awake." The little angel suddenly yawned. He saw her flapping her wings in the spiritual world and curling up on the bed with a tired look. "I'm tired from the void frontline and the observer space, so I came to rest. I didn't expect you to suddenly wake up." Yun Nuashing, "This girl is treating me like a hotel." Phew. Just as he was about to protest, a slight snoring sound came from his soul and dispelled all his thoughts. Looking at her side face that had fallen asleep in a second, he shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed as he slipped out of the spiritual temple. The battle at the void frontline did not change much. The time spent wandering and sleeping added up to less than half a year. Naturally, there would not be any special changes. The sky was filled with fireworks. It was gorgeous and beautiful, but it didn't make people feel excited. At first glance, this scene was quite festive and lively. However, every time he thought about how the fireworks had been exploding here for 5 eras, all he could feel was that he didn't have any feelings. Boring. Arriving at the front line, he looked around and did not see Jing Yuanji, Hui, Jingyun, Suifeng, I Ching, and the others. Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. He thought about it and found the deputy commander of the node in the realm of order, Lord Feng. When he just landed, the deputy commander of the node was very excited to see him. His shout made everyone in the realm of order look over. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. "Where are Yuanji, Hui, and the others?" "If you are looking for Lord Hui and the others, they are currently in the observer space. They have not come out for a long time. The defense of the node has already been arranged by Jingzun God. Currently, there are no gaps in the defense." The deputy commander of the node lowered his head and thought, "Ah, right, I heard Lord Hui and the others say that they are researching something related to the origin heavenly god. It seems that everyone related to it was called over. If you are curious, you can go there and take a look." Yun Nuashing nodded and bade farewell to the deputy commander. He walked to the observer's spatial door in the node city in a few steps. He took a few glances and walked into the door. As the spatial teleportation flashed with a short white light, the scene changed. A rich origin energy descended from the sky with a bright light. He could not help but squint his eyes. In front of him, the sea of energy was still the sea of energy. There were not many changes, but a green sun appeared in the sky. The origin energy accompanied by the wind aura came from it. "Phone, As soon as he walked in, before he could react to what they were doing in his observer space, a hoarse roar came from afar. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw Hui flying over with a group of people like a dog. Seeing that he was flying closer and closer without any intention of slowing down, he thought again and kicked him back to where he came from. Seeing Hui fly out, Yun Nuoxing didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief when he saw Siyu using all her strength to crash into his embrace. She used her pretty face to rub against his chest. Little Xingxing, you're finally awake. Yun Nuoxing grinned and pressed Siyu's head twice. While she calmed down, he quickly reached out to Feng Qinghuang for help. When Feng Qinghuang pulled Siyu away, he heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed at the sun and said to Jing Yun and the others who were rushing over, "Where did you get this sun from?" And it is the origin energy type. Where did you find the ruins left behind by the origin heavenly god? Not at all. The one who spoke was Suifeng. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is one of the things you brought back when you brought us out last time. Have you forgotten?" Yun Nuoxing used his brain to think for a few seconds. One of the large group of stone lumps. Everyone nodded and looked at the thing in the sky. They all smiled bitterly. They did not expect it to be something like this. According to Suifeng's teacher, this was a gift left behind by the gods. When they saw this thing jump out from the unsealed rock, they all fell silent. No one in this world would give a sun as a gift. Ha! Yun Nuoxing pressed Siyu's head and stared at the green sun for a while. "So, why are you all suddenly messing around with the relics?" Everyone's face froze, and they looked at each other. Most of them laughed dryly and ran into the observer space without saying a word. From the sound of it, they seemed to be dealing with something. The rest of the people were familiar with each other, but Suifeng, Brother Lei, Jingyun, I Ching, and the others scratched their heads and looked at the sky without saying a word. Yuan Ji would not take the initiative to speak in this situation, so he could only look at Suifeng and the others. Meeting his gaze, Sui Qing blinked and said, "They heard about your battle with the chaos concept body." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and said they were anxious and worried that something had happened, so they rushed into the warehouse to find something useful. Jing Yun and I Ching bared their teeth and turned to run. Seeing them like this, Yun Nuoxing could guess most of what was going on. He could not help but shake his head. These people were really in trouble, or they had heard that something had happened to them. When the situation was serious, they would be in a hurry. It was not that they were not usually this nervous, but it was definitely not to the extent that they were in a hurry to deal with the origin relics. If that was the case, then being beaten up by the chaotic concept body was actually quite a good motivational factor. Suifeng spread her hands and looked at him with her blue eyes for a while. "Are you okay?" "She's probably fine. My heart hurts a little when I say this." He pressed his chest with an unnatural expression. He had not forgotten that his heart was dug out by the two heavenly gods of origin. That was really more painful than fighting the chaos concept entity. "What's the situation?" Brother Lei grabbed Suifeng's shoulder and walked over. "We only heard about it from Huijun and what you told him later. We don't know what happened in between." "What happened in between? To put it simply, I was beaten up. Then a certain first-generation heir took advantage of the moment when we were fighting to stab the chaos concept body in the back. And that was it." Yun Nuoxing patiently explained the situation in detail. When he was done, he coughed dryly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, one of the heavenly gods of origin is the dream god." I'm not sure if I heard wrong. As for the other one, although I'm not sure, it should be related to weapons." "Ah, the dream god." Suifeng nodded and walked around Yun Nuoxing. He looked at Yun Nuashing from head to toe and said, "Do you want to check your own condition? I heard that the dream god likes to leave something interesting in other people's dreams or thoughts. It seems that the remaining power of the fragments is not enough, so it can't leave anything for me." Yun Nuashing spread his hands. The words he heard in the other world were not clear, but this part of the words he understood completely. It could not be said that nothing was left, right? The fragments of the two heavenly gods of origin were fused with his own origin energy, so they were more intelligent. In short, the two heavenly gods of origin had a bit of intelligence added to them, so they should be able to cause more trouble. The first generation heirs are all dead. Sui Feng and the other second generation heirs could not help sighing at the news brought by Yun Nuashing, their faces filled with melancholy. Brother Lei was also troubled with his hands on his hips. "Brother, AI is dead too. What a headache. We were thinking if we could find them if we had the chance. Phew, looks like we have to give up on that idea." "Chaos concept bodies," Sui Feng murmured, shaking his head. "They are still the greatest threat to the world of order, and we haven't faced them that many times. Ever since I left the soul subduing ring, I've been staring at the void, looking for traces of them. Now, it seems that they should have been imprisoned along with the other gods. So many of them have been locked up." Sui Feng scratched his head. "Sister, you've been using your eyes too much recently. You don't have good eyesight. Ouch, ouch." Ignoring the interaction between the siblings, Yun Nuashing shrugged. "Chaos concept bodies. I think we don't have to focus on them. Unless we're really unlucky, we could find them just by circling the void." The 47th era, Yuan Hui, had only seen a power that was suspected to be a chaos concept body falling beside the divine realm. However, the chaos concept body did not appear at that time, and only left a blob of very lazy energy that tore apart the divine realm's unfortunate neighbors before vanishing into the void. At present, some of its fragments had fallen in the three elemental realms, but it had been cleaned up, probably gone. "Feng, let's stop chatting and take a look at this thing." Hui shouted loudly in the sky. Yun Nuashing and the others all raised their heads and looked over. They seemed to be tossing around the largest stone ball. They could also see the same green energy light spreading on its surface. It might be something left behind by the wind god. "Oh, I forgot about that." Sui Feng slapped his forehead and beckoned to Yun Nuashing. "Brother Feng, come help us." "Sorry, you just woke up. I should have let you rest for a while." "I'm used to it. Whatever, let's go take a look." Yun Nuashing shook her head and pulled the two girls up to the sky. The huge solid ball with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles hung in the sky of the observer space. Standing on the surface of the lump and looking at the sea of energy, it was as though the sea was hanging upside down in the sky and not falling down. Looking at the sea waves rolling up, huge waves, was extremely exciting. The white-clothed girl had said that the stone sphere was a half-finished product and had zero energy, so he threw it somewhere else and did not deal with it. Now that he saw the results, he was a little interested. At this moment, 1/3 of the gray sphere's surface had a visible green crack. That was the source energy surging on the ground. At this moment, there were other changes on the ground. The huge sphere was trembling on an unprecedented scale, and when the 1,000,000-mile-wide sphere trembled, even the space showed signs of instability. At the 2 points of the sphere's north and south poles, there were 2 tiny green streams of light gushing out, and it looked like it had grown 2 ears. Hui and the girl in white were standing in the center of the cyan. Big crack. Only in the center could they see that the cyan energy traces on the ground had really turned into cracks, splitting open little by little. Stretching their necks to look inside, They could see that there were countless overactive energy particles scurrying around like convulsions, but only a small part of them would scurry out of the crack, drawing a light trace of thousands of meters in the space, and then disappear. "You're here," the white-clothed girl looked up at Yun Nuoshing with her gray eyes and sized her up for a moment. "Are you all right?" "I won't die. I'm fine." "Tell me, what are you going to do this time?" Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and nodded. He looked at the cracked ground under his feet. His vision filtered out the strong green light, and he seemed to be able to see the situation inside. Inside the solid ball, the green energy was melting the thick rock bit by bit. Therefore, it emitted an extremely dazzling light and an extremely large amount of energy. The white-clothed girl pointed at her feet and said, "Tear it open, use the source energy." Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and felt that they should use the same type of source energy. Among the second-generation inheritors, there seemed to be no inheritors of the wind god. There were only 130, one of the 149 second-generation inheritors left, and she did not know about the other 18. Well, forget it. Let's not ask. Just by standing there and channeling the power of origin, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to crack rapidly. Cracks spread to the horizon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green light that rose from the ground became even more intense. Soon, the cracks became huge canyons, and after a few seconds of expansion, they became huge abysses. The entire medicine ball rapidly dissolved and cracked before everyone's eyes, turning into a ferocious appearance. Hui looked at the scene and felt a little awkward. He could not help but pat Feng on the shoulder and said, "Take it easy." Just when everyone thought that he wanted Yun Nuoshing, who had just recovered, to not use so much strength, Hui continued, "Don't break the thing. If it breaks, you'll have to think of a way to put it back together by yourself." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes fiercely. This guy really did not know how to say anything normal. The entire sphere took a long time to collapse, melt, and crack open. Halfway through, the ground they were standing on had completely melted, leaving only an extremely strong green light bursting out from the inside of the sphere. The sky in the observer space was dyed green, and those who were fiddling with the other primordial relics sneaked over to join in the fun, guessing what was hidden under the thick layer of source energy. It was something left behind by the primordial god himself for them to use in the future. Other than being concerned about whether or not it was useful, it was also something that made them feel a little nostalgic. After all, they came from the same era as it, and it was an era that had passed and could not be returned to. They would sigh every once in a while as they tidied up the primordial relics. "There seems to be something inside." Siyu pulled Yun Nuoshing's arm and pointed inside. Everyone quickly turned their eyes. Inside the dissolving green light, something that was not dissolved by the light gradually appeared. It seemed to be a big lump. "What is this lump?" Siyu asked quickly. Everyone around them scratched their ears and cheeks, pressing their faces and forehead. Their mouths and faces were twisted, and their souls were in pain. They all looked terrible. Huey's cheeks were also twitching. This damn shape. Your stomach is not very good, right?" At that time, Yun Nuoshing wanted to kick him into the primal chaos void. Hiss. All right, it was a lump of something. Of course, from the general shape that he could see, it was a lump of mucus. It looked like a lump of mucus, and its entire body, he couldn't tell what color it was. The surrounding cyan light was too strong, and it was slowly emerging under the strong cyan light. Currently, it was not completely exposed. After 2 minutes, when it was completely revealed, everyone turned their eyes with an extremely ferocious expression and examined the lump that emerged from the green light. After looking at it for 2 seconds, they took a deep breath and let themselves accept that this lump was left behind by the supreme gods. The green light faded away, and the entire solid ball dissolved completely, leaving behind a lump of, it looked like, if it was rolled into a perfectly round shape, it would have a diameter of about 10,000 miles. Mucus! Ah, this thing looked damn disgusting. Yun Nuashing walked forward. Siyu, who had been pestering him just now, shuddered and quickly fled to the side. The group looked at him as if they were watching a warrior go to war. When they saw him put his hand into the mucus, they all took a deep breath in their hearts. Puffed. Everyone was speechless. Listen, listen, even the sound could be heard. This thing was really mucus. Heavenly God of origin. What strange thing did Supreme God Feng leave behind for them? Chapter 1848. In the sky above the observer space, the surging ocean of energy reflected colorful auroras in the high sky. The infinite energy connected into an energy curtain that stretched for millions of miles. The scene reflected was rather hazy and dreamy. In a place where the auroras and the light curtain were relatively sparse, a cluster of dark green, ancient, and extra-large mucus was wriggling one pupa after another. When the people around it saw the extremely sticky and disgusting color rolling up a wave of waves, they would all grimace and grimace in pain. Their faces were wrinkled and deformed. Originally, the thing that everyone was looking forward to was an unknown mucus, which was already enough to make people's souls distort. Now, they saw Yun Nuashing standing in front of that dark green mucus with one hand digging into it and stirring it nonstop, which made them even more hiss. Not to mention, this kind of poochie, smacking sound was still echoing in their ears. Wow, that was really Jingyin shuddered and could not help but whisper in Huey's ear, "Isn't this guy a neat freak?" Huey's face twitched a few times. His face was gloomy. I can only say that Feng has completely let go of himself now. He doesn't care about anything. I reckon that if we carried an 8-legged thing back and threw it in front of him, he would be interested in observing it for a while. Sometimes breaking through one's psychological bottom line was just a matter of clenching one's teeth. Wearing a new set of clothes and shoes to roll around in the mud might be very disgusting, but if you were already rolling around in the mud, then you wouldn't care about what you were wearing, right? But it was hard to tell from Maple's expression whether he was going all out to suppress his disgust, or he really didn't feel anything. More than 100 people gathered here to watch a person play with the mud. The atmosphere was awkward and weird. Sui Feng and Brother Lei watched for a while, and then asked the others to do something else, leaving only a few people here to continue watching. Hui watched Feng play with the mud for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he could not help but walk up to him. Looking at his overly calm and delicate face, Hui could not help but say, "Feng, if you feel disgusted, just squeak." Yun Nuashing tilted her head. "Disgusted? It's all right. Although it looks like a ball of mucus on the outside, its essence is still a creation of energy. You'll be fine as long as you don't think too much about it. This thing doesn't have any smell." Be that as it may, everyone laughed bitterly. But looking at this big dark green thing, looking at it with a mole and a pupa, it was still a little, ahem, about that. Hui coughed dryly and squinted his eyes. Although it's not very good to ask you when you're playing to your heart's content, but what are you doing? Play. Yun Nuashing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, as if she was looking at maggots and weeds. After a long while of disdain, she replied, "Fiddle with this thing and see what's hidden inside. This respectable ghost made layer after layer of shells. God knows what he's trying to hide." Oh, Hui forcibly suppressed a bunch of strange thoughts in his mind. He reached out and poked the dark green mucus. It was cold between his fingers and was more firm than the mucus. It was like, slightly dry mud. It really felt like this kind of touch. It was a little strange. When he said that Maple was playing, He was just using his usual teasing tone. He knew that this guy was using the origin energy to fiddle with this inexplicable thing. He also tried to touch it with his hand, but there was no reaction. Perhaps it was because Yun Nuoshing took the lead, and Hui was the first to respond. Seeing the two of them fiddling with something, everyone was very curious. After looking at each other for a while, they could not hold back their curiosity. After reluctantly accepting the appearance of the mud, they all came forward. A group of people looked at a green mud with a diameter of thousands of miles at close range. This scene was a little funny no matter how they looked at it. The girl in white stepped forward and poked the mud twice. After observing for a while, she said in a completely unchanged tone, "The energy activity is very low. It has the origin energy, but no divinity or divine power. I don't know what it is." All the heirs nodded. One of the reasons why they said that they did not know what those relics were was because they did not have the determination to fiddle with them. Seeing the relics reminded them of the person they were looking at. After a while, 5 eras had passed. Now, when they saw the thing in front of them, they really did not know what it was. Back then, during the mythological era, when order and chaos were at war, the entire Yuan realm was in turmoil. The heavenly gods of origin, who had foreseen some things in advance, left behind 771 escape routes for the future of the world of order. The heavenly god of destruction once said that all the routes led to death, and wanted to change them. To this day, they still did not know if the things they came into contact with that were related to origin were the original or had appeared in front of them after she had made some changes. It was hard to say. Even if the gods of origin were prepared for danger in times of peace and prepared for a rainy day, it was still difficult for them to do everything perfectly at that time. In the end, they just did whatever they thought of, unlike in the past, where they would take great pains to calculate everything before executing it properly. We felt that the so-called 771 backup plans should be the backup plans that they had proposed at the very beginning and had been constantly deducing and modifying. Everything that was truly left behind should include the things that they had prepared after the war began that did not seem so appropriate. Some of them might have been left behind casually. In any case, it was definitely more than 771. But in any case, the thing in front of them was indeed too strange. When it was shown, it first shocked them with its shocking appearance for 10 minutes. When they looked at it again, at a close distance, they could not figure out anything about it for a long time, apart from the origin energy that told them that it was left behind by them. Other details, well, there were no details. If they pressed down the origin energy and threw it in front of Sui Feng and the others, they would never recognize that it was a creation related to the origin. The group of people worked here for a while. Yun Nuoshing also asked them to disperse to deal with the other origin relics. He stayed behind to deal with this thing alone. Although he said so, we and the 3 girls would definitely stay here. Firstly, they were ready to help at any time. Secondly, they were watching him to prevent him from acting up again. He guessed the latter part. Anyway, the 4 people's eyes directly told him that with them watching, he could not casually make any big news. Generally speaking, he really did not have such thoughts. In the past, he would explode at the slightest provocation and get into trouble at the slightest provocation. That was out of his control. This thing looks like a ball of mud on the surface, but the inside. Hui dug his hand into the dark green mucus and stirred it twice before retracting his hand. There was nothing on it. The inside is weird, like a stone lump with energy residue, but no reaction. They had been fiddling with the dark green thing for 3 hours, but there was no reaction from it at all. In theory, since it had residual energy, it couldn't be broken. The girl in white also said that although there was an energy reaction, the activity was very low. This shouldn't be a problem for Maple, but He had been fiddling with it for a long time, and the thing in front of him didn't show any reaction at all. The color and patterns on its surface had become like an abstract painting, and the painting style was so unrestrained that it looked like it was letting go of its own free will. When the 4th hour came, we finally could not take it anymore. He stood up, took out the guardian's greatsword and shield, and pointed it forward. "Phone, can I poke it? Here it comes. You finally can't sit still." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at him fiercely and continued to dig into the quagmire as he flipped. "I was still wondering when you would be unable to sit still and stand up. This. If you have time, try other ways to stimulate it. Don't bother." "Why?" "I poked it an hour ago. You see how it reacts now? Good Lord, this guy is even more restless than me. It's bad enough that he poked it an hour ago, but now he's poking it sneakily." Hui scratched himself with the guardian's sword and sighed. It's very annoying. This thing can't be done for hundreds of years, right?" Yun Nuoshing was startled and stopped. According to his past experience with things related to origin, it was hard to say if it would take that long. From the beginning, he had tried all kinds of methods to activate the energy and used the same origin energy to stimulate it. He also kept releasing the origin rules and the power of order. Without exception, all the energies sank into the sea. There was not even a sound. It felt like, it did not intend to respond to his request. It ignored him. "Big brother, can you give me some face? Look at this, 147 origin energy. Which one do you like? You can tell me if it works or not." Yun Nuoshing was so tired that her face started to turn green. She could not help but sigh. "I want to pinch this guy into a biscuit. This is a way. Do you want to pinch it?" We suddenly clapped his hands. He was very excited that he had found an idea. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and rolled her eyes. If it hadn't been for the fact that it didn't work half an hour ago, everyone. Good heavens, this guy had already tried sneakily, but there was no reaction. The group huddled there and discussed the impenetrable thing in front of them. They came up with tens of thousands of methods, including but not limited to packaging it as a gift and sending it to the chaos concept entity. If it was not for the fact that they could not find the place to receive it, they would have already been on their way. Well, it was just a joke. At present, there were still many ways to touch it, but Yun Nuoshing was gradually losing patience. Messing with things left behind by others was actually not as satisfying as messing with his own things. He still had the important matter of the origin rules to deal with. After a long discussion, they still could not come up with a solution. Suddenly, the space beside them warped gently. A portal opened, and a cold figure walked out of it. As they watched, the figure yawned and rubbed her eyes. She bent over and groped in front of her for a while, and then made a face-to-face posture. Thud. In the next second, Frost's forehead hit Yun Nuoshing's chest, causing everyone to sweat profusely. This subconscious action, this muddle-headed action, no matter how they looked at it, looked like she was tired from fighting at the front line, and then went back to the rear to lie down and rest. Yun Nuoshing naturally thought of this as well. For a moment, her expression was very strange. So she was teleported back by feeling his scent. She subconsciously wanted to go into the spiritual world, but did not get it right. Good heavens! This guy was like a little angel who went back to the hotel to sleep after getting tired from fighting at the front line, right? Ugh, Frost rubbed her forehead in a daze. When she sensed that there was someone else's scent around, she slowly woke up and opened her eyes. Little star? Where is this? Yun Nuoshing's breathing suddenly stopped, and he rolled his eyes. He felt that he was a very mysterious existence because he did not know what kind of image he had in the hearts of these girls. He was afraid that in their eyes, He was like a hotel that grew legs and had its own security and defense. When they got tired of lying down, they could get up and play. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that they would see a strange and unfamiliar place because he often ran to other people's houses as an intruder. When he got tired of playing, he would shrink into his spiritual world and immediately go to sleep. It always felt very creepy. We are in the observer space. Yun Nuwashing reached out and pressed Frost's head a few times. He laughed helplessly. What did you do at the front line to make yourself so tired? Frost grabbed his arm in a daze and said, Ugh, I used the Origin Sanctum to strengthen the power of the Order realm of the entire Void front line. Yan, Hui, and the others were speechless. This girl was also under Maple's influence for a long time. Her power and whatnot had begun to develop in a large area. There were actually many people who could strengthen the Order realm of the entire Void frontline to cover the entire Void frontline, but not many could persist, even if it was the Origin Sanctum. There was no other reason. The Void frontline had a large area, and there were many people. Energy was pouring out every second to provide indiscriminate strengthening to these lunatics who were high on drugs. Even with the help of the Origin Sanctum, it was very difficult. It was a miracle that Frost could persist for more than 100 days. Maple did not count. He carried the original light and the Origin energy and hung himself in the Void. As long as the Void was not destroyed, the Order would not be destroyed. It was the top support, although his original profession was a warrior who charged and broke through the enemy lines. Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum. TSK. I have never seen one. I don't know if there was such a person in the previous era. Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum also existed in our era. Brother Lay's voice sounded in the soul transmission. When Frost came out, they all looked at her and could not help but look at her. Frost's existence was also a point that they paid special attention to. However, I have never heard of any Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum at that time. Why? They all died prematurely? Hui frowned. Judging from the chaotic situation of that era, it was easy to think that they were killed by the power of chaos. Why? Brother Lei, Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others all sighed and said in unison, Why? Origin Sanctum of the Origin Sanctum is born with a defect in the rules. They have been fighting against the rules of the Big Yuan realm all their lives. Teacher once mentioned that since the rules were born in error, everything returned to error. However, Teacher did not mention in detail whether it was related to the Origin Sanctum itself, or was it related to the rules of the Big Yuan realm. Sui Qing cut in and explained to this group of people who were not very reliable. Oh, that's what happened. Brother Lei and the others laughed dryly in agreement. At that time, they had not really encountered the Origin life form. They had only heard about this kind of legendary life form. For example, which void region they appeared in, which world group they appeared in. When they heard about them, they were already in a stable state. No one had ever captured the scene of the birth of the Origin life form. Brother Lei scratched his head. I remember that the Origin life forms that have reached the Origin realm will not be devoured by the Void, because they have already completed their own laws. The Origin life forms that we heard about in our time have not reached this level. This seems to be related to the laws of the Void, so there is not a single Origin life form that has reached the Origin realm. Oh, that's all I remember. I don't know any more details. Yun Nuwashing froze when she heard this. Frost even rubbed her face against his hand for a while before she realized that something was wrong. She rubbed her eyes and tried to open them. When she saw the dark green mud in front of her, she was slightly stunned. What are you going to do by taking this energy apart? Take it apart. The group of people all turned their attention to her and were all stunned. Being stared at by a group of people, all of a sudden, Frost shrank her neck and hid herself behind Yun Nuashing. She carefully stretched out her finger and pointed at the dark green mud in front of her. It has been taken apart. Didn't you do it? No, no, no. The group shook their heads vigorously. Yun Nuashing looked at her curiously. You can see its abnormality? You said that it has been taken apart. Then it's… where is the other part? The other part. Shuang blinked her eyes hard and pointed at the dark green mud with her slender finger. She waved her finger in front of her for a while, then slowly moved her finger. Everyone followed her slender finger and moved their eyes to the side. They kept moving and finally fixed their eyes on the green sun hanging in the sky. There. The group looked at each other and took a deep breath. Well, they were a group of people, a group of second-generation inheritors, in short, inheritors, and all the heavenly gods of the primeval era. They had been working here for half a day and couldn't even let out a fart. The little girl from the origin of life was awesome. She saw through it as soon as she came in. Is this the characteristic of the origin of life? It's so powerful. Yun Nuashing looked at it for a while and was about to move the mud over. The little girl suddenly waved her finger and said, and this one here, this one, that one, the one with the blue light is also the same. And this one, they are all fragments of a huge body. They were all dismantled and torn into pieces. The group was speechless. The little girl waved her finger and covered all the relics of origin in the observer space. Then look at these. Well, they were all semi-finished products, zero energy, and medicine balls. In other words, Brother Lei crossed his arms and looked solemn. So, we have been working for a long time and thought that these were all individual things. In fact, they are one thing. Huey's face twitched a few times. Do all the gods in your family like to play this game? Well, it depends on their mood. In fact, the gods are usually very serious, but occasionally they would be a little that. The group of inheritors laughed dryly together. Their faces were strange, and their eyes were wandering. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, Don't say that. They are all a bunch of old urchins. Not many of them are serious. I can't tell you the temperament of those damn things, but I know very well what kind of people they are. The group smiled bitterly, although that was the answer, but with their position and identity, they had to be more tactful. If it were in the past, they would be little brats at home who could not use the word vulgar in their words. One look from the gods, and they would have to shrink their necks and stand obediently. Well, it might not be that exaggerated, but it was more or less the same. Only Brother Fong dared to point at the gods and say, Mother Asteriskers, have you had enough fun yet? If it were them, they would probably double the training load. Such a thing as position was laughable. After knowing what was going on, the group started to get busy and had a sense of direction. It was not like before, when they were completely headless and randomly bumping into things. There were a large row of medicine balls. There were 32 of them, including the 2 that they had already dismantled. There were 34 of them. Now, they were seizing the time to unseal them one by one, hearing from Shuang that the something that was broken seemed to have to be put back together, according to a certain method. The little girl returned to Yun Nuashing's spiritual world to rest. She planned to wait for them to dismantle everything before coming out. More than 20 hours later, a large number of energy stars of various colors hung in the sky of the observer space. Most of the energy stars were cyan, which was the origin energy of the wind god. The energy stars of other colors were unknown as to which deity of origin they belonged to. In any case, Yun Nuoshing did not see her energy, nor did she see the origin energy of the dream god and the war god. It's so dazzling. We looked into the distance. A dark, green lump of mud that was about 10,000 miles in diameter was placed in the center as if it was the core. There was a circle of energy stars around it, and there were still 3 or 4 medicine balls being dismantled. About this pile of weird stuff, what do you think it is? I'm not sure. I only know that it's very complicated. Yun Nuoshing was kneeling on a sea of solidified energy that was tens of thousands of miles high. She held the world core in her hand and was fiddling with the light of origin. When she heard Huey's words, she subconsciously replied before opening her eyes. For something related to origin, the more complicated it is, and the more precautions it has left behind, the bigger the problem is. To the deities of origin, this thing might be more important than the thing that suppresses the power of chaos. Well, if I have to say, I think it might have something to do with the void of order, such as the environment of the void. Or, well, if we exclude the influence on order, then it would be the destruction of chaos. Perhaps it's a method or a special weapon. To the deities of origin, the importance of the world of order might not be as great as the void of chaos. Just like how the concept bodies of chaos constantly want to flatten the void of order, the matter of flattening the void of chaos might be more important to the deities of origin, or perhaps just as important. Yun Nuoshing sighed as she spoke, looking at the circle of energy stars and shaking her head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to guess. No matter how I guess, I might be wrong in the end. Either way, it would definitely come in handy.